Hello, 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 hello. Hi, hi, how is everybody? Hi. We are getting ready for the new year. My new microphone came in today. So, this is my little PSA at the beginning of the stream. If you notice some weirdness with the microphone, or if you think it sounds a lot better, please let me know. I like it. I like the way that it sounds. I think you guys will like the way that it sounds. I just want to be like, hey, it sounds clearer. That's great. The microphone sounds better. Fantastic. Great. That is exciting to hear because I've been worried about it. So 10 out of 10 mic, I put a pretty penny onto it. So well worth, I hope. Anywho, we're gonna start the game. ASMR stream when? We'll see. We'll see. ASMR stream soon, hopefully. Yay, it's almost New Year! We're gonna ring it in with some Danganronpa! I really do like this remix. Didn't even say hi to everyone. You're right, I didn't. So, hello, Cloth, Haruka, more Cloth, Abyss Lurker, Keaton, Lolita Bot, haha, Shaggy Rogers, Mastermind Josie, Mari, you're here, yay, Hibari, dropping by to say Happy New Year, yes. Why the attic? It's my little, it's my safe space. I like it. Blaze, Keaton, hello, 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 Innocent, meow. You're all caught up now? Tragic and sad. Sad and tragic. Yeah, indeed, I do agree. You have to call me out. I was getting to it. You can chill. You can chill. You're only 5 minutes late. That's not late at all. Amanda, hello. Hi. Probably gonna have you in the background while you Stardew. Oh, Stardew is a wonderful, wonderful thing. Okay, here we go. This is where I saved it, right? I just saved it right over. Yeah. Okay. Oof. It's bloody. This is a bloody one. So I do know that like the actual image is kind of triggering. If anybody has like a blood phobia or anything, I might say trigger warning even. You were here earlier? Yeah, I saw that you were here earlier. It's good to see you here now while we're live. Me playing it made you realize the string of your lost save file has gone away enough to restart it, especially with the debug mode and other mods. Yeah. You're drinking water with blood orange and black cherry pomegranate mix. Ooh. I've got some coffee that I'm drinking out of my Neko Lolita mug. Ooh, ooh. I'm wearing my own shirt. I'm drinking out of my own mug. And I'm sitting here saying to myself, I wonder how I got here. Happy New Year's Eve, Neko. Same to chat. Big Mac. Get hello. Thank you, Keaton, for that. You have 2 dangerous things on your fingers. They're called magnet rings. Very lethal. Okay. Okay, again, blood warning, gore warning. This looks actually, honestly, there's a lot here. It looks like there was a fire, maybe? Lot to check out, looks like. Sound a lot different. I did get my new microphone in, so I hope it sounds good different. We'll probably be playing with it for a while. But this is neat. I've never had an actual microphone before, and this has got like the whole microphone arm and like yeah. Okay. The Monokuma file. The victim is Tomori Kazuna. Estimated time of death around the evening at 9:30 p.m. The body was found in the control room in the school's 2nd floor of the power room. In the power room on the school's 2nd floor, baby, would sound a bit better. Thank you, Cloth. I was hoping it sounded clearer. There's a long cut wound on the stomach and excessive bleeding, along with a fatal wound on the esophagus. Bernie. Hello, Fluffy. How are you today? Oh, wait, I see the IE on the YouTube side and not the fluff. If you have hemophobia, I mean, it's pink, but it is very bloody. There it is. Hi, Fluffy. Hi. Hold up. YouTube chat replay's bugged. Is it? Let me see if I can fix that. Sometimes it does this, though. We know that sometimes it does it, and let me refresh the cache. Maybe it'll help. You blaming it? I mean, maybe hit the blame button. Fluff's existence is enough to crash the chat replay? I probably. What's a stream without scuff? Indeed. Thank you, Keaton. Thank you. This wound is the cause of death, caused by a knife. Okay. Blood. Alola Lily. Hello. Blood warning. Oof. The knife in the throat. Tamori. Clearly, she prefers others and tried to hit on the guys. But she too, in her heart, wanted to change. And we were all getting to know her too. She didn't deserve this. Not only that, although it was bitter, we were always cheerful with Tamori. The tension went up in a good sense, bringing energy to everyone. Dear Lord, she really didn't deserve this. So then, why? Why did you end up this way? I have no time to grieve. There's a lot of things that I need to investigate in order to find out the truth. It was the same time with Maki, but... Tamori, I'm sorry for intruding. Really sorry. Tamori's body looked terrible. The whole body's bloody. As shown in the Monokuma file, the stomach and neck had stab wounds. The wound on the neck was still bleeding a little, and thanks to that, there was a bloody smell all over the room. Hello, okay. You did not miss much. We just started. That's more graphic than in the mainline games. It really is, yeah. Even the way the eyes are, they look way more dead in this. The wound on the neck was still bleeding a little, and thanks to that, there was a bloody smell all over the room. Oh gosh, they did not need to close up on that. This knife stabbed in the neck must be the murder weapon at first glance. It seems that this time the killer did not dispose of the weapon, or didn't feel the need to go back for it. But this knife, it's a kitchen knife. Does that conclude that the weapon could not have been anywhere but in the kitchen? I'll have to check the kitchen later. And there's one more question about Tamori's body. The wound on the stomach. The culprit ended her breathing by stabbing Tamori in her neck. The file also stated the fatal wound was in that location as well. If so, what was the reason for the stomach wound? If we think of a possibility, they stabbed in the stomach and then stabbed her right away on the neck, or she was stabbed in the neck in a second attack after she fell down here? This is a crafty killer. I really don't know in detail because I don't have the specialized knowledge. Inori might know something. I should consult with Kinjo as well. If I were the culprit, uselessly increasing the wounds would leave more traces behind. There has to be a reason for the stomach wound. The smell of blood is quite interesting. Some people just want the extra stab, true. The victim is you, just after editing a bunch of videos. Yikes, Allender. You can't even make a joke here. This game gave you a comedy block. I can't blame you. Anything more to be found on the body? If I take a look, the time Tamori died is around 9:30 p.m. So, whoever doesn't have an alibi for that time is a prime suspect. I'll ask the others about it and find out. It's time to move. Maida. Inori, are you doing an autopsy? Mint gum has 0 grams of sugar, but why do you taste sugar? Maybe there's something else in it? Oh, excuse me. You don't really get blood. Yeah? No, that's honestly... I think a lot of us are desensitized in this day and age. Maybe you and Scooby will look in the kitchen for... Oof, Shaggy. Have fun eating that sandwich and not doing any research whatsoever. Inori, are you doing an autopsy? Yeah, Kinto took over, so I'm gonna work hard. He took over? What do you mean? Well, he said he had something to check and went somewhere else. When I was doing Maki's, we made the autopsy together. What did you check? Also, how about we confirm things together? What to say? It's a terrible amount of blood loss. Humans have excessive amounts of bleeding when about a third of the blood volume flows out. This is not around a third, as you can see. It's amazing even that this amount of blood came out. Neck wounds are definitely fatal, but it would have self-coagulated to some extent after the heart stops. The amount of bleeding should have gradually decreased. That means, are you saying something caused the mass bleeding? No, I can't confirm this with just my opinion, but if your blood pressure is high, then there'd be a lot of bleeding, that much I know. In simpler terms, there are individual differences. Well, there is a lot of bleeding in this case, meaning it must have taken a while before she died. Thanks to that, Tamori felt a terrible pain before drawing her last breath. Who could have planned such a horrible murder? So there's a killer among us in this case too. Like that time with Higa, or are we going to doubt each other again and accuse people? I think this has to be done. I know it's painful. I won't force you if you don't want to, but... Oh. Well, Tomori must... Yikes. My voice sounds deep. No, I got a new microphone. Okay. Hello. You brought the water bottle for yourself and your brother. It's like squirt bottles that you... Oh, very cool. That much bleeding from wounds like that. Yeah, it's gonna take a very long time. She did bleed to death. I know it's painful. I won't force you if you don't want to, but if we don't, that means we'll have no choice but to give up our lives. Yeah, I know. Sorry for the negativity. I'll work hard for their sake. As for my results of the autopsy, what I found out, the abnormal amount of blood loss. Oh, and the time of death does match with the Monokuma file. That's good enough information to help. Thank you, Inori. Thank you. I'm definitely enjoying the new mic. I hope you guys are too. It's okay. You're welcome, Maida. I'll check Tamori in more detail in case I missed anything. Inori is having it difficult too, but she's steadily fighting the desperate situation on her hands. Let's do our best. I need to find out the truth. Medical exam results. Okay, what do you got for me? This was no joke. All was burned? Yeah, it still smells like something burning. But this is an important place, so if you break it, it's a big deal, right? It's such a mess. Let's worry about that later and do our investigation first. Yeah, you're right. Huh? This is... There's a piece of cloth that I see for the first time, but that's not the important issue. It's bloody. I don't know where this came from, but it's bloody, so it must be related to the crime, right? It's a little burned, but it's enough to cover a human body. Maybe the killer stabbed Tamori and she was bleeding, so they used the cloth to prevent it. Tamori suffered a lot of blood loss, so they had to contain it at the time of the murder. Of course, the cause of that was the neck wound. With a throat cut, they had to act as fast as it would have dripped on the floor with every second. Preventing the blood from splashing, that's quite premeditated from the killer. Suddenly, When I turned over the piece of cloth, I was able to discover a few things under it. This is a lighter, right? A cheap, compact lighter that is used to light a small fire. It doesn't necessarily have the firepower to create a huge one. However, the fact that this lighter was here means it must have caused the beginning of... It's natural to say that there should be some traces of it being used in the room. Besides, it's not just that. The lighter was covered under the cloth together with another object. There's a crumpled paper here. Let's see. This thing again? I couldn't read the contents properly because it was almost burned out. It was difficult to recognize any words at all, but I knew where this paper came from. The secret note. Monokuma told us about this motive and shared it to everyone. There's also this. What is this? Yuki Maeda might be. It's my secret note, huh? Why is this at the scene of the crime? The contents are almost burned out, so I don't know what my secret written in here is. Fine, but if it's a shameful secret to me, then there are so many things. No way. Again, this motive caused another murder? Let's think for a moment. You think something else started the fire? Yeah, I almost think that this... Framing the pro tag, how original. I'm not... I mean, maybe. Maybe. Did Tamori pick up my note? No, wait. Oh, what? With what rights do you even base on? I'll look anyway. Oh, what? This is really useless information. Who would want to know this? Heh, it's a joke after all. What's a motive for sure? Shut up. If you're old enough, you shouldn't be sleeping with your dad. You're a mess. Okay. How in blazes did they find out? The secret that Tamori picked up was Atori's. So there's one possibility left. The culprit picked up my secret. It's possible they created the fire in order to destroy the evidence and burn everything. But the weird thing is, was my secret going to kill someone that much? It can't be. Even though there were some embarrassing secrets, there was no secret that could motivate a murder to happen. I'll take it. Maybe I'll find something out later. Got any New Year's resolutions? Hit 1K. I don't know. Another year of streaming nearly daily. Go on this trip that I've been planning. I don't know. I don't really like to do New Year's resolutions because I feel like it puts too much pressure on myself, and I'm the kind of person that the more pressure I put on myself for a specific task, the less likely I am to get it done. So, I know I'm gonna get that 1K. Maybe I should make 3K my New Year's resolution. I don't fucking know. Yeah, so next May we are going to PAX East. Cryo and I are gonna be there with a bunch of our friends. I'm pretty excited for it. We will be like AFK for a few days, but I do have some videos that are going to be dropping during those days while I'm gone, so you guys will have content. I've already planned them. I know what I'm doing for them. It's actually something I promised you guys a while back, but I'm going to leave it up to a surprise. So yeah. If your brain is braining, the raid message should be New Year's raid message. What, Phantom King? What? Neko being less evil. ER probably. Did everybody see ER's New Year's resolution? He dropped it in the Discord. Hold on. Now's my time to tease him. Well, let me see. I'm going to find it so I can read it off exactly as it is. I laughed so hard. New Year's resolution: loving Pam harder than ever, being more annoying to Neko, finding new ways to irritate their friend that they also invited to the server. I laughed so hard. I saw that and I was like, no way that being more annoying to Neko made it on ER's knee. It's such a great, it's so him. I couldn't help it. I was just like, oh my god, there's no way. There's just no way. Who's this Pam person? ER is a Pam. Oh, Pam is the old lady character in Stardew Valley. Penny's mom. It was such a resolution, and you guys can, I don't care, you can tell him that I called him out for it, but he posted it in my Discord, so. You only found like food, you mean kitchen tools? Well, did you find out if there were any knives missing, Shaggy? Hello, Noivarlo. I'm doing fantastic. New microphone. I think it sounds great. I hope everybody else think it sounds great. You know he does. He's such a masochist. Secret message. Cool. Lots of stuff out of that one. Right. This is what I've been concerned about from before. There was a long line of something running along the wall of the control room. It's a fuse, right? It's actually broken in the middle, cut with a knife. No, rather, it's a burn mark. Travis Stacy, hey yo, Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you. How are ya? Is me dependent? Yeah, you married her to make sure. See? Yeah, exactly, Cloth. Exactly. You know, you wonder if Yuki was supposed to be the victim. I'm wondering. It's possible. It's actually broken in the middle, cut with a knife. No, rather, it's a burn mark. The fire in the control room and this fuse? There could be a relation, right? I've been fantastic. Still New Year's Eve on your end? It is still New Year's Eve on my end. I'm just really, really, really excited. I was playing some Fork Knife earlier though, and when it hit the hour, it was like 7 o'clock here, and it hit the hour, and all of a sudden there's a big countdown in the sky, and there were like fireworks and shit, and then there was a big disco ball in the sky at like the 7 at the hour mark. You keep forgetting that you're a member here? That's okay. I mean, we're here every night, and we love it when you drop by. Oh, I clicked on something. Did not mean to click on something. It's New Year's Eve for you as well? Yeah, we still got, what? 2 hours and 3 minutes for New Year to me. I've been getting New Year's messages from some of my Australian friends for, like, the whole day. I sat in a Discord call with my German friend to wish him a Happy New Year. It's been a day. I appreciate what you've been through a lot recently, but wanted to say hi. Well, hi. And, you know, we're always here. Even if you just need a distraction. The mods with... they really are, Claw. You guys got 2 hours? Yeah. It is currently 9:58 p.m. Yeah. Then someone triggers the fire inside the switchium through the fuse. Was this the cause? Who? For what reason? Perhaps the killer did it, but I've got no idea why. This is what stands the most at the scene of the incident. The glass window's broken. I didn't know because it was dark, but through the window you can see the power room. The glass window on the power room was this one then, the window for the control room. But this window was broken for some reason. Did the culprit kill Tamori and break out through the window? There's a possibility. Break this window and come out from the other side where the equipment is, then go straight through the door where it leads to the exit, the door of the second floor corridor. But I don't know if I were to go straight out the hallway. Anyway, if I were going to leave the power room through the entrance of the control room, what's the reason for breaking the glass if not being used as an escape? If you think about it, it's not possible. Going to the control room to the entrance, using the window as an escape route? Because if someone heard the noise from the power room, it would have been a matter of time before being discovered. Besides, breaking the window must have made extra noise. I wouldn't have broken glass for no reason. For now, let's leave it as a reference for later. Your phone's being stupid? You have 5 hours and 1 minute. It's different for everyone. What is this? Something's broken. Is this that looks like flashlights. Actually, there's 2 broken flashlights here. Must have been Tamori's and the culprits. Even with a flashlight, you need to turn on the dark switch. That could have been Tamori, right? Then how did the culprit manage to navigate without being noticed? But why are these broken? Was there a reason to break them? Or... The window's broken, enough for one person to pass through. It's a big crack. If you go through this way, you can go to the power room. Ad break incoming Twitch side. Without using the entrance of the switchium. Is switchium the word they're using now? Huh? What's this? Interesting. At first, I thought it was just blood, but the blood appears to indicate the handwriting of something on the floor. X4. No, it's written as 3 X's and a bigger X mark.
Maida, is that a dying message?
Phantom Crustacean, hi again. Apologies for the weirdness yesterday. You were exhausted and your brain wasn't working. Never apologize. You're fine. If there was an actual issue, I would have said something, or, you know, there would have been some communication about there being an actual issue. You're all fine. You're fine. You're fine. Sorry, something was bothering me. You're gonna be lurking in twerking, playing Stardew Valley. Cloth, you and was it somebody else is playing Stardew? I can't. My brain is not braining either. It could be treasure because X marks the spot. I highly doubt it, Keaton. Dying message. Is that something that comes out of a mystery story?
Well, it's not necessarily only in fiction. It's entirely possible for victims to leave a clue of their killer.
Then this clue was left by Tamori when she died? Does this clue mean anything, though?
Well, I can't confirm since I'm not a detective. It's possible the blood sprayed in that manner by accident. However, due to the circumstances, it's more likely to be a message. We have to decipher it.
Yeah, I wish I could know what it means. The last message Tamori left for us. XXX Big X. What does this mean? Hey, we got Frosty Tools working again. Huzzah! This game is way more serious than the main games. No material whatsoever. Okay. Yeah. It's a bloodstain, but what is this? This seems odd, right? Tamori's body is clearly deep in the control room. The blood loss leads from the entrance to the power room. It's strange. There's no blood outside. A secret website if you take out one of the X's. Mari. Hey. I know where your brain is, but, oh. Lolita Bot mentioned Pam going in the dumpster. You're not wrong. It's strange. There's no blood outside. Did the culprit kill Tamori and then run away in a hurry? No, wait a minute. The fact that the blood is close to the entrance means that the struggle started at the entrance? So why are the windows broken? Breaking those wasn't part of it? Besides, there's this blood near the entrance of the control room, but no blood anywhere outside of the power room. Did they wipe the blood splats of the power room? What in the world happened? Hey, Hateno, what are you doing? Oh, Maida, well, I'm checking here. Do you know what that is? What is that? Burnt charcoal? Alex, it's still 2024 for me too. You got 3 hours left, I've got 2. You're gonna be hanging out online until the Chardonnay tray your friend is making is ready. Do you... Chardonnay or charcuterie? Are you okay, Alex? Isn't that weird? When everyone gathered in front of the power room, there wasn't anything like that in the corner, right? Right. I was here too, but I didn't notice that. But first, shouldn't we check what it is? What? What are you doing? Did you stumble into something? Ah! Oh. What? Hateno, what? Why is blood? Hateno, who was walking to investigate the strange object, suddenly grabbed her leg and she started bleeding. The flesh near the back of Hateno's left thigh was sharply cut, and it was dropping a lot of blood. Wait a minute. So, she walked into a tripwire but cut the back of her leg? Excuse me? I wish you guys could see the look on my face right now because this is suspicious as fuck. Is she the culprit? Is she the culprit? See, she's actually who I've been thinking. I think I'm right. This is bullshit. There's no. Unless you knew that trip line was there, there's no way you'd get a cut on the back of your leg. There's no way. Yeah, there's no way. I think she might be the culprit. This is who I was predicting to. You can ask Blaze. I did. Earlier today I said I think it's her. Why is she wearing tiny shorts? Because she's the ultimate sprinter? Hateno. Either that or the tripwire was timed. I don't know how that could have happened either. What? I heard Ayame on screen. Ah! Ayame! Hateno, what is it? What is that wound? Before that, call Inori first, quickly. Okay, I'll call her. Hateno, how are you feeling? Everyone, don't come. Huh? Wire. There's a hidden wire.
Mommy.
Cloth. These are kids. These are children. Why are you redeeming mommy when these are children? You don't know the... Also rip the holy thighs. Wire. Looking closely at the place where Hateno fell, the bottom part, I was able to see a sharp wire that was hard to see. At least, I noticed it because of Hateno's blood on it. It's too thin to see it with the naked eye. What is this? That burnt object was used as bait. Who installed a trap like this? Why? No, before that, what do we do with Hateno? If Inori was here, she's a surgeon. She might know what to do. Got Inori here.
Oh, wait. Hateno, what's going on?
Well, she got caught in a wire trap. Inori, what should we do?
Wire trap? Why is that? I'll look at her vitals first.
Kanata, but is it okay? Is there a place to treat her? Currently, the nurse's office is locked. What place do we use to treat her wound?
That's true. But the amount of bleeding is bigger than expected.
Yup. That tasted purple.
I have to do something about it quickly.
Haven't seen a piano or any equipment like that, so where did this piano wire come from? If she turns out to be the killer, you honestly have no clue as to why she would kill him? Be careful, there's still a wire there. P.S. Velveeta. By Inori's judgment, she takes Hateno with her. It's okay. Hateno, as an athlete, must have a strong will. Let's hope it's just a scratch. I'm worried about her, but there's not much time left before the class trial. I still haven't figured out much. Curses, what kind of person would do this? It's not enough with killing Tamori, even trying to set a trap on Hateno. Is that wire far away? It was installed by the culprit, but was there a target in the first place? If you do a trap like this, it's a complete indiscriminate attack against an unspecified person. I don't have much time to go through the details. I've only searched the control room, so let's quickly investigate other places. First of all, she got an injury while trying to investigate this area, and what I found is another flashlight? Interesting, Alex. This is a flashlight. Another one. Is Cherry here? I haven't seen Cherry. Looks. Now I'm like concerned that I missed Cherry. How's my day? I spent my day playing Dokapon Kingdom. Curse the blight that Wingit has brought upon us. Sorry about that, I hit the mute button. You all heard it here. Blame Wingit. It's so real, so true. I spent the day playing Dokapon Kingdom with Cryo and Blaze and my German friend Sturm. You should do Dokapon as a Chaos Night game night. Once, Keaton, we played Dokapon Kingdom for like 6 hours today and barely made it halfway through chapter 2. I don't even think we're halfway through chapter 2. I don't know how many chapters there are, but the map is massive and we haven't even accessed a quarter of it. And it's also only a 4-player game. Yeah. True, Alex. This flashlight is burned. Oh, Fortune Street's so good too. There was also a fire inside the control room. Was this flashlight burnt at some point inside the fire? No, wait. If it was a flashlight, it was already inside the room? 2 flashlights were broken inside. If so, why is this one here? And who used it? Alright, here's my current theory. I think that Hateno set up this tripwire and this flashlight and waited for the first person that walked up on her to do this. I think she's already bleeding before this. Her leg might already be cut. She might already have an injury. I think this blood here leading into the room is hers. Or it's not leading in, it's leading out. This over here, the fact that the glass is broken like this, it's another clue. It's another, like, Because honestly, the fact that this glass out here is sitting out here and none of it's broken is suspicious. Remember, the surgeon is going to try and help her. Yeah. Maida, is Ayame okay? What to do? What can I do? Take it easy, Akane. I know you're worried, but the class trial will start soon. We have to focus on the investigation first. Friend was hurt. You want to investigate? Is it that easy to work around like that? Oh, I'm sorry. To be mad at you, it's not the right way to do this. It's okay. I understand. Once you start to calm down, I have something to ask you. Something to ask? Yes, not only you, but also in the dorms, Kinjo, Hateno, and Kurokawa weren't there. At that time, even though nighttime was starting, you didn't return to the dorms, right? Oh, that's right. Well, I tried to go back, but I couldn't because of this. Just past 9 o'clock, I was doing some cooking research in the kitchen. Cooking? So the reason why the food was already done every day is because of this? Yeah. By the way, seemed that there was a lack of a lot of ingredients today. Because I wanted to make different recipes, but alas, I couldn't. I made a mistake while making tempura, so all the oil splashed on my clothes. I tried to go to bed, but I had to wash the whole thing in the bathroom because the washing machine wasn't working. Oh, by the way, were you alone during that time? Yeah, Ayame seemed to go training because she was there before going to bed. So that's the case, I see. Oh, Kazune-chan, I'm so sorry. Thank you for telling me this. We must find the culprit together. Yeah, let's push on. Maida, do you think Hateno will be alright? I'm not sure. I'm worried, but since she was hurt on the leg, it shouldn't be a problem, I think. Hateno, she got injured while trying to investigate, right? Can't forgive a killer who does this. Let us investigate for Hateno's sake. Yeah, not much time left, so let's hurry. Okay. I'm gonna come up here. What do you got for me? Iranami, what are you doing here?
It was at the same time with Maki, but Satsuki is totally useless in reasoning.
So, you're investigating a corner where no one seems to be looking.
Original. It's like anime, where you find unexpected evidence in these places.
Yeah, but this ain't anime. What? Maida! Oh wait, we changed his voice, didn't we? Maida, what happened earlier? Solanori with Hateno leaving the power room. Well, that is... I explained to Kinjo what just happened. What? A wire trap! I still don't know why the killer installed such a thing. Was it not targeting only for Tamori? If you're still aiming at someone like Hateno was... it just adds more evidence to the crime. No, probably not. Huh? What do you mean? Looking at the case, the wire trap feels a little out of place. Out of place? Who was the killer of the first place? Yeah, there you go. I'll tell you more about it in the class trial. Have to do some research here now. Having said that, Kinjo looked ahead again. What Kinjo was investigating is this. Pieces of broken glass from the switchium window. Yeah, this is also strange. Strange. The shape of the broken glass, the temperature, the direction of the fragments flew off. I see. Can I take a look too? You can, but be careful not to damage the scene. The fragments were broken into pieces and splashed on the floor. Inside, I felt the darkness of that room little by little. Also, the shards were quite hot because of the fire. How did this even happen while we were resting? In the first place, I don't even know what the time this situation even happened. Yes, Nyvarlo. Please. Pickles, hello, good evening. Happy almost New Year. Come to think of it, Kinjo, weren't you at the dormitory at that time? You said to follow that rule, didn't you? Come to think of it, Maida, you weren't here back then. There were only 6 of us. It was Taira, Hateno, Kurakawa, Uehara, Makaru, and myself. What happened here exactly with this fire? Why did the power room become like this? I'll tell ya. At the class trial, I have to explain the situation to everyone once again. First of all, the reason I wasn't in the dorms at the time, if the others ask, it's because I discovered something. What? It was around 9 p.m. I was gonna go back to the dormitory after completing my investigation. I heard Hateno scream. Hearing that there was a fire in the power room, hurriedly headed back to the 2nd floor of the school where I met Makaru, Urahara, and Hateno there. The situation at the time was that the smoke from the switch was leaking into the hallway. We hurriedly went in to extinguish the fire with the fire extinguishers in the hallway at the switchium entrance. In other words, I went to the corner of the power room and turned off the lights, but suddenly I heard an explosion sound from the other side. That was the broken glass. When you heard that sound, were you all 4 together? Yeah. Me, Hateno, Makaru, Uehara, we were at the switchium entrance. We had a lot of smoke, but we were close enough to confirm each other's positions. I see then. The only thing I can think of is the killer was inside the switchium, broke the window, and ran away. Have you seen any other person besides those 3? As I mentioned earlier, it was smoky, but I didn't see anyone else. Wait, but at that point, Taira and Kurakawa weren't together? I don't like cutting it here like this, but I'll tell you soon. Anyway, I turned the switch to extinguish the fire at the entrance, and when Hateno, Makaru, and me went inside, Tomori was dead. At that point, the body discovery announcement came out. After listening to the broadcast, Taira and Kurakawa came to the power room first. Don't know, you came after them, right? That's right. Then what about Uehara? You all went in together, but Uehara did not check the body? He heard me when I told him to check the back broken window and went to the other side. There were no clues other than what we already see here. After listening to the broadcast, Taira and Kurakawa came. After that, the rest, including me and the dormitory, came, correct? Yeah, seems the overall development of this case is roughly in this manner. But something's questionable. To be honest, it's suspicious there's 2 out of... When the situation... This translation is confusing to me. Now that there's not much time left, instead of being with me, can you check on Taira and Kurakawa? I want to confirm if they stayed together before the body discovery. Can you find out about it? Are you suspicious of them? It's... Whoop! What we got? Blaze with an herbal fusion. Yummy, yummy. It's true they don't have an alibi. Oh, I'm sorry. It's true that they don't have an alibi, but... Then please do. I need to investigate the window more. Oh, Kinjo, on second thought, can I ask one more thing? I just heard the whole situation from you, but I still don't understand what's weird from the glass shards about the glass shards from the window. To simply put it, it's neatly broken. Besides, the structure of the window's strange. Look, even though the glass is broken and a body can pass through, the lights in the power room hardly reach inside the switchium, right? No matter what principle the room was made of, if it was marked and sealed at this level, when the fire broke out, the outside of the power room would not have spread the flames more than what was expected. And this was the sense of incongruity you mentioned? Maida, there's no time. I can't explain in detail here. I'll tell you at the class trial. First of all, check out the alibi of those two people I mentioned earlier. Okay. I heard Kinjo's explanation, but I didn't notice anything strange that stood out. Is there something that can only be seen by him as the ultimate police officer? Anyway, I'll know when it comes to the trial. The investigation comes first. This mystery is as foggy as pea soup. Fair.
It's the end, Maida. It's the enemy.
Why, Otori?
Sorry, so sorry. It may be my fault that Tamori Kazuna died.
Wait, what does that mean exactly? Please calm down and tell me.
Well, that is... Now when I think about it, something suddenly came to my mind. The second day was it? Must have been after the first night after breakfast together. These days, my routine was to check the items at the antique shop before late night. And as soon as I wake up the next day, I went there and checked the number of items every day.
Don't worry. We already read your New Year's resolution on stream. I don't know. Hit 3K so I can skip the 2K debacle. Eat good things. Do good streams. Yeah, no, I don't want there to be stress. I don't like making New Year's resolutions. Okay, guy. Okay. When did I read it? Towards the start of the stream. You put it in the server. You knew I was gonna do something about it. Our antique shop's so good. I guess because you're a merchant, you understand it.
That's also because when Maki died, wasn't there a lot of stuff used in the crime from the antique shop? I was worried that would happen again, so I looked at things every day and perfectly memorized the type and locations of each object. Anyway, I looked at the items in the second evening and went back to the antique store as soon as I got up the next day. I found some things were missing.
What? What things?
That's the problem. At that time, all the goods are still properly in order before I went to check. I can't think of what was missing. At all. I know something is definitely missing.
Otori, there's no doubt that the things that disappeared.
Yeah, were things that were inside the switchium. The fuse, the lighter, the flashlight, they all disappeared back then.
So that would mean that the killer prepared the tools very early in this case.
I'm not so sure about that, but I'm certain the time the tools were missing was at late nighttime.
Late nighttime? But at that point, only Makaru, Tamori, and Uehara weren't with us. We're wandering around late at night, right?
Then the culprits among those three?
I don't believe it. Oh, well, it can't be Tamori since she's already dead.
Right, then that only leaves Makaru and Uehara. It's one of them, no doubt. My memories of things is clear as crystal.
It's still too early to conclude, but it seems it had to be a good reference. Thanks, Otori. By the way, can I ask you just one question? Is the wire that just hurt Hateno also from the antique shop?
Hateno got hurt? What do you mean?
Oh, you didn't know. Just before the switchium turned off, the killer installed a wire trap. Hateno got caught there and she injured her leg.
A wire trap? What is that? Oh, was that the reason why Inori and Hateno just went out together?
Yeah, I think the killer is more cunning than I thought.
I haven't seen it, but maybe the wire didn't come from the antique shop. What disappeared then was the fuse, the lighter, and the flashlight. But there were wires, but those weren't gone, so probably not.
Is that true? Okay, thanks for the clue anyway. What would I do if Monokuma captured me and made me do the same things as these people? I never really contemplated it, but I'd have to think on it. You tried finding your resolutions, you didn't find it. You must not be resolved enough to do so. Ad break in a minute. Twitch sign.
Did I help you? You're welcome. Let's do our best to catch the culprit, Maida.
That's right. Otherwise, we will die. No way, it's already.
The master of the school, Monokuma, wants to inform you that the sun is pouring out at this hour. It's already close to midnight, so let's hurry up and finish this. All of you, please gather at the door with the red carpet on the first floor of the school. The class trial will begin. Oh, I hope it gets really fun. Maybe I'll enjoy it.
Finally, it's time. Damn it. I haven't even investigated properly yet. I've only checked the power room and the switchium. There's also the situation with Hateno, and the timing was so late. Well, if I hang out here, Monokuma will kill me, because it isn't a joke. Let's go. Somehow, even with the information collected so far, we have to find out the culprit. It's not just me. If I put everyone's heads together, I can definitely go through this like last time. Oh, Maida. Hateno, are you okay?
I applied first aid as a substitute for a bandage. It stopped all the bleeding, but...
Hateno, the time is already running out. We have to go to the trial. That's all we can do. There was something written on the floor indeed, Guy. Yes, I heard it too. Well, I received the first aid from Inori and was returning to help more with the investigation. It just showed up. We can't help it now. No, don't overdo it. Rather, is your leg okay? Hateno?
Maida. Hateno's leg, well...
What is it? I had two that I was suspicious of. The first was Ayame, her. I believe the second one was the priest that I was suspicious of last time. It could have. See, okay, you're right where I'm thinking we would be. Cherry, hello. Hi, how are you? The truth is, my left thigh tendon has been cut. I can't even walk. The damage may be permanent, or not. Only time will tell. Oh, what?
It was unfortunate that the tendon part got cut so much. I don't know what would happen if I had surgery right now. Also, I don't know if there's a room on this school to do this at such a risk.
Wait a minute. What does that... You can't walk, let alone run? Actually, the lower part of the thigh. I can't feel it. Without Inori's support, I couldn't have made it here. This is outrageous. It's nonsense. I'm sorry. This still seems like bullshit to me. Sorry, I'm doing like a posture check over here. The whole thing. Number one, she cut the tendon. But if she had walked into it, it would have hit the shin. Like, it's very convenient. It seems like a pity party. It really does. Depends on the height. I mean, like, I'm feeling down my leg right now. If she had walked into a tripwire, it would not have cut the back of her leg. And she tripped forward, guy. We watched her trip forward. She walked into a tripwire. The Achilles tendon is very low, but it's in the back of the leg. Why did she hit a tripwire with the back of her leg? I don't think that there's any way that they're going to convince me that she's not the killer at this point. This is really fucking sus. This is so outrageous. It's nonsense. Tatano, you're a track and field athlete. Is it okay to lose one's talent in vain?
I'm sorry. If only I were a doctor who could fix it at once.
Stop. This wasn't Honori's fault. However, Maida, we shouldn't be arguing here right now. Isn't the class trial about to start? But Hitano, in the future, you... Even if my legs were intact, if you fail this class trial, you will all be killed. This is fine. I can worry about my legs later. So let's go now. It's enough if Honori supports me. I'll do it. Hitano. I tried to be calm, but Hitano's body gradually was trembling. You would be the most... Cloth. Why? I don't know. It must have been something with the secrets. You would be the most desperate. I tried to be calm, but Hitano's body gradually was trembling. You would be the most desperate yourself. Even an ordinary person can't walk anymore. It's a shock. Nevertheless, I have to try to overcome the class trial for everyone. With only a strong mentality. I got it. You're right. When you die, it's all over. Lol. Yeah. So I am going to admit that the majority of my reasoning behind thinking that it was her before this investigation was some translation stuff. I don't know if it's translator's bias or what. But this just seems to prove to me more. That it's her, then, yeah. Coming back in here, I remember when Kyoko died. I was kind of hoping this would not happen again. Hateno, is your leg okay?
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, no problem at all. Inori gave me first aid. I'll get better soon. For the time being, Inori will support my footing, so that's all.
Tino.
Is that so? I'm really glad. We can go to the trial with confidence. The trial. 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 Class trial. Trial. I'm gonna stand in front of this trial with confidence.
Wow, I was wondering when that was coming out.
She looks so shifty. I see. By the way, Kurokawa, where is she?
Huh? I can't see Kurokawa in the room.
Nikako? I haven't been able to see her during the investigation. Where'd she go?
Now wait a minute, if they disappeared at this hour, could it be that Kurokawa's the culprit? What did she say? Kurokawa's the killer? No, that's a hasty judgment. Maybe something went wrong. Hiya, you're all here. This time I'm kind new. I came out to the entrance. Face to face, you're done releasing the bowels, right? I'm really nice, aren't I?
Then are we going down underground like last time?
I'm so sad no one pays attention to respond to me.
What are you saying? We're missing one. Where did Mikako Kurokawa go?
Huh? Weren't you all together? Oh, it's true. Because that girl is nowhere to be found. Unbelievable. Does she want to dip the class trial? Wait up, I'll bring her now.
What's the girl being late for? She could die if she's late, damn it. Tano, who was injured, also came here. She may lack legs, but she doesn't lack guts. I'll have to give that woman a training regimen. Well, I mean, Kurokawa is not really the culprit, right?
What do you mean, Kobashikawa? Kurokawa's not that kind of person.
Not that kind of person. Did you guys not see Mitsuhiro Higa as the guy who started the killing at the beginning?
That was...
Are you going to claim he's an innocent person?
I mean...
You slept too late? I did try to call you to wake you up. Something's odd. Didn't you guys used to tackle my words all the time? Tamori Kazuna did that often, but that bitch died. Hey, maid, for some reason, you're being awfully quiet. I thought you would be the first to put a rebel attitude. Huh? Me? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Tyra, are you okay?
Come to think of it, you seem less energetic than usual. Can you tell?
Oh, I just have something to think about.
You idiot. The class trial will begin soon. Of course no one has the energy for this. Is Neko okay? She sounds slightly sick. Neko got a new microphone. I do have a little bit of some sinusy stuff going on, though. That is true. But a lot of that's due to the new mic. So, hopefully, you're enjoying.
Idiot? Why, of course I'm an idiot.
From the 1930s, I had a good microphone in the first place, but it was a headset microphone and it was running on Bluetooth. And everybody says that that's not really the greatest thing to be running on. So I got myself a real microphone. A real one with a boom arm and the whole nine. I like it a lot. It just came in today. It's weird. As a suggestion that Kurakawa disappeared, she could be considered the main suspect. It's worth putting into our topics for later.
Even though Kinjo thinks that.
Can't confirm it yet, but some of my suspicious figures were selected during the investigation. Kurakawa's one of them. Why Kurakawa? Let's talk about that in the class trial. Discussing here will only get things agitated. Would it be... Honestly, knowing you guy, yes.
Well, yes, but Kurakawa still needs to be here for the class trial.
Everyone waited long enough? I brought the latecomer. Makako. Hurry in. It's the first time, so I'll be flexible in this particular case. But next time, I'll punish you with no questions asked. Pokemon Unite enjoyer, mozzarella sticks. That sounds delicious. Is anyone else playing Stardew Valley right now? I'm sure there's a few. Well now, all 12 of you finally got together. Like last time, I'll be going down first, so take the elevator to proceed. Yeah, Hibari, I knew there was somebody else playing. I'm like, Kurakawa, what happened? I haven't seen you since the investigation. What have you been up to? I don't think you came from investigating, were ya? Hey, I don't think she plans on opening her mouth anytime soon. Why don't we leave the bitch alone and go down already? It doesn't matter if you want her to speak here. Kurakawa! Trial. After it's over, I'll tell you.
This is suspicious. Very suspicious.
Second class trial. How fun. Time to find the blackened. By the way, Happy New Year's. It's January 1st, but you don't know about me since you live in Japan. For us, New Year's happens in 1 hour and 13 minutes. ER's over here with all of the wives cheating on Pam. Poor Pam, she's sad to see all the people living on the farm in the valley. I almost feel bad for her. Bring back the old mic? No, Cherry. Headaches. Alright then, if you're the culprit, you won't be able to survive when the class trial's done.
It can't be. It's not her. Kurakawa, was there a reason you were late?
You liked the old mic better, Cherry? Now I have to ask. Let me see here. I've got a question for y'all. I'm gonna start a poll. There we go. Poll is up. Now everyone, I know you don't like doing a class trial. I wanted to stop the situation somehow. But it happened. It's really futile at this point. What'll happen next? First, let's pass the trial, and then we'll talk. Now the only thing is to think about is surviving the trial and clear your minds and eyes from any misconceptions. Kinja's right. I couldn't afford to think differently right now. All we must do is survive. We're again at the crossroads of life and death. Yes, let's clear up our minds and face this. What kind of poll is this? I'm asking if they like the new microphone. Who doesn't like new things? Cherry complained that they liked the old mic better. So now I'm asking. Surely we can make it. We can figure out the culprit. Yes, I'm not alone. Everyone is here. I hate to doubt someone again and turn them into a killer, but I have to. Again, I have no choice but to do this glass trial. No mic can make the chains if the speakers are bad. True. Excuse you, ER. You cannot just get a new Neko. That's not how it works. That's not how any of this works. Someone else you know was showing their new mic on stream earlier today, and nobody liked the way it sounded. Yeah. Now that we have a recording up with the new mic, we can make a comparison between the old and the new. That's true. And of course, I probably still have some settings and some filtering that I could do to the microphone to make it sound even better. But for now, this is what we've got. Well, let's go.
Let's reveal the corrupted seed that committed murder again. It's really painful, but I have to do it. Cheer up, everyone.
I'll open the elevator door. I sound like different with the new mic, like a different person. You don't trust me. That makes me kind of sad, Jerry. The elevator goes down underground with a rattling sound. It was the second time I felt it, but my heart didn't calm down again. There's no guarantee that the culprit will be revealed safely this time. I have to do my best, but I'm a little nervous this time. I could only investigate the power room and the switchium, and I don't even know who the culprit was. Can we properly guess in this state? Maida. Kurokawa? Yes? Kurokawa talked in a very small voice in the elevator to me. Her voice was in a whisper, so without realizing, I answered in whispers too. It seems the others didn't hear because of the elevator's noise. Kitchen. I've been to. Knife 1 was missing. Oh, really? It seems Kurokawa went to investigate after all. No, ER! You need to get 30-something more subscribers over to this channel before you get that. Now chill. The fact that one kitchen knife disappeared means that the murder weapon on Tamori's neck was brought from the kitchen. And... yeah? Never mind. Huh. Kurokawa seemed to have something else to say. She's a unique girl, even though the number of words seems to be few. When I really need it, she talks more than I thought. But thanks to the information Kurokawa gave me, the source intake is becoming more clear. It'll be helpful for the trial, even a little. I'll take note of it. For a long time, the elevator carried us down to the basement. With a huge shake, the elevator arrived to the class court. All right, let's go. Cryo! The cat is in the box. Is it alive? Is it dead? Is it Neko? Is it not Neko? You'd suggest Cherry something to try to see if this is the same Neko, but we don't need a headache. Oof. It's Schrodinger's Neko. I mean, okay. The Neko is locked in her studio room. Yeah. We may have it, but no, it's really Neko. It's really me. It's really me.
You're all here. Great. Let's start a late night class trial.
Listen, I could make the desk stand. I really don't want to. We have an imposter among us. Danganronpa isn't the only mystery we need to solve tonight. Time for food. Ooh, food sounds like a great idea. The new Neko. No, Jerry, no. Why are you doing this to me? No. Mean. I did say the thing, though. Cryo is streaming tonight with a voice changer, and Neko is being the mod. Oh my god, that would be a very funny April Fool's joke, actually. Can't chat help you being Cherry, I promise it's me.
The room looks different than last time. Of course, if you always do the same thing and the same interior, all the tension dies, right? Change. It's a law that we all need.
It's a repulsive room.
If you're noisy and starting to fall asleep, why not go to your own seat? Boo, 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 boo. Everyone seems to be prepared. I feel a very different atmosphere since the last time.
Tell you something only the real Neko would know? I don't want to leak our last conversation on stream because I think it would make you uncomfortable, Cherry. You'll test something you asked during the last Pony Island stream. Okay. I don't understand why people think that it's not me, but okay. Guy! No! That was not the misprint. The misprint was some lines were doubled. No. Thank you, Noivarlo. Chat's just fucking with me and I know it, but part of me can't help but commit to the bit.
Everyone seems to be prepared. I feel a very different atmosphere since the last time. Is this because you went through a trial once? Or is it because your trust is falling apart?
Shut up and start, you damn stuffed toy.
Hey, it's not stuffed toy. It's Monokuma. I'm not upset. Whatever. Even if you rush me in, I was gonna start anyway.
Did I get a copyright warning from yesterday's stream? I did not, actually. Cherry, the last DM conversation that we had was fairly private. I asked you a couple of questions about yourself personally specifically. You gave me a bit more information than I think I wanted to know. Things about long periods of time and people that you know, and I don't want to go into that on stream. So if you're going to keep asking me, I'm going to spill it. Do we really want to go there? Stop asking me to prove myself. Do not make me put the mom voice on. I don't like putting the mom voice on. Thank you, Clough. What does it feel like a egg yolk? What? What, Mari? What? How do we know? Because we do.
We should finish quickly and everyone should go back to sleepy time, yeah?
Cherry, knock it off. Thank you. You, for one, are not going to step into the recording room to find out. Be careful what you wish for. You may live long enough to witness great Neko horrors. Oh no. Chat broke on screen again? I'm sorry, Keaton. I'll try to fix it, but again, I can't promise much of anything. Properties over here, and a little refreshy fresh. See if it fixes itself. That would be disruptive. It probably would.
Oop, boop, boop, boo. That is if not an eternal sleep for the majority. Okay, let's start.
Again, the tense feeling starts flowing as soon as we stand in each bench. It's like making a wall to make each other suspicious. When I stand here, I realize once more that it begins again. Tamori, a girl who was a classmate, and she was looking for affection recklessly. But at the end, she opened her real self to us, and it wasn't as bad at the very beginning, no matter what anyone thought in the process. The killer who murdered her so badly. And not enough with killing Tamori, the culprit who committed an unforgivable crime that made Hateno lose her leg with a trap aimed at random. The trial to uncover the killer begins now. The trial that risked her life. A lie that took her life. A betrayal at the risk of everyone's lives. Giving an excuse to survive. An excuse to kill. A fake trust in our classmates. Happy New Year to OK and everybody in their time zone. A fake trust in our classmates. A life-threatening debate. A life-threatening excuse. A life-threatening trust. A life-threatening class trial. And with that, let the games begin. Indeed. T-minus 58 minutes to New Year for Neko.
First of all, let's start with a brief explanation of the class trial. The outcome of the class trial is decided by your votes. If you point out the blackened, only they will get punished. But in case you point out the wrong person, I'll punish everyone except the blackened. And the one who tricked everyone else will graduate from this academy.
Also, this translation is brought to you by Zephy, so you better damn well appreciate it, or I'll punish you fools. Make sure to check the YouTube channel for any future updates on other translations. I didn't know that was a thing. Blaze, can you find that YouTube for me, please, maybe? We're about to go into the first quarter. Oh my god. Ugh. How do we prove it? Can you find the YouTube channel for the translator? They just said something about it, their YouTube. I'd like to do a link drop for them, please. They did a lot of great work on this, and if we could get that, that'd be very cool. Finally, the second class trial has begun. There's no such thing as being used to this atrocious game. I'm actually more anxious than last time. But if I'm afraid here, it can't be helped. As we did last time, let's think carefully with everyone. Your son was denied a loan for his trigonometry class. You had to co-sign. You recognize the name of that YouTube channel? The fireworks going off sound like gunshots. Ugh.
Now then, first...
Oh, wait a minute. There's something I want to ask first.
Oh my, what's the holdup? What are you gonna ask?
Last time, it was my first time, so I didn't question it. But now that I think about it, I believe I have to ask this now. The body discovery announcement. What exactly are the conditions for the broadcast to show up? Makaru, why are you suddenly asking this kind of stuff? If you find a dead body, then it shows the BDA. You just shut up.
Ooh, boo-boo. I see. After all, it is Makaru, the one who paid attention to that, huh?
Oh boy. Let me grab another drink, chat. Where did I put my drinks? Fantastic. There's the link to the translator's YouTube channel. Don't look too deep because you don't want any spoilers, but starting January 1st, you'll be watching videos in 2160p or higher. It's your New Year's resolution. Too bad, Lolita, but I already took a drink.
Even so, it is basically as Kobayashi-kun says, when you find a body, I broadcast it. Only when at least three people have found the body. Then the announcement will show up for everyone.
Was it always like that? Was that a rule made on the spot, or was it applied from last time?
Of course it was applied from the beginning. In Maki's case, Tyra found it first, then Maida, and finally Hateno. Since the order was complete, it satisfies the condition of 3 people. The announcement came out because that rule was successfully completed.
I did, Space Ghost. Right, it's true. The announcement rang the moment Hateno discovered it last. This thing, to say an important detail at a time like this.
Was that? Did I not tell you about this?
It's too late.
Oh, crap. Well, you know, when people live, they forget. It's like that, right? Oh, I'm not human, but a bear, so it's okay.
Okay, when more than 3 people find the body... Well, that found criteria, it does not dwell on time, does it? For example, a week passes after the initial discovery, then the second one appears. And even if the third discoverer appears another week later, the broadcast will also ring.
Yeah, time doesn't matter at all. One of the first 3 people who have seen a corpse in any way, the announcement will sound in the moment. The third person discovers the body.
Makaru, I know it's fine to check the rules, but is the condition of the body discovery announcement important enough to ask? Wouldn't our main purpose now be to find the culprit? Keep quiet, I'm not over yet. Now then, Monokuma. Time, this is the most important question. That would be a witness to the crime includes the culprit. Oh?
Huh?
I've asked a question, you won't answer.
You asked, do the witnesses include the culprit? Well, that's a bit pretty, very super great, whole delicate matter.
It was not a thrift store microphone. It was actually like a really good headset microphone.
I see. Even with a sharp sense, it becomes a problem. Okay, I'll tell you in this particular scenario. Depending on the characteristics of the case, whether or not the culprit is included in the discovery will be decided at the end of the trial.
What? Then it's different this time.
Then no one knows. It's up to our own judgment. And that would also include everyone to be against each other. I already told you this. When it comes to trials, I'm more fair than a Buddha, God, and Jesus combined.
Golden oolong for Blaze.
Yummy, yummy.
It was not... You guys are laying it on extra thick tonight. Really? Really, chat? Really?
You said Jesus twice in different meaning.
Let's recap. In the last case, you said that the announcement rang because Akane Taira, Yuki Maeda, and Ayame Hateno discovered the party. Then in the last case, Mitsuhiro Higra, the culprit, must have been excluded from the equation of 3 people discovering the body.
I excluded Higa-kun. In fact, it didn't matter much if I included him, since the first 3 people to discover it were together that time.
Love the new mic. Thank you, Emerald. Tasty Tango came across your Danganronpa and other streams about a week ago, and you're all caught up. You love the Another duology, so hope I enjoy it as well. I have been. I certainly have been. I'm a big Danganronpa nut. Like, before my current favorite game series, which is Infinite Dream. If you haven't played it yet, you really should. On itch.io. That's a thing. IO, it's definitely Neko. But I had never played Fangans before I started streaming. So we played through Dangan Laps, and now we're playing through this, and I'm really excited for like basically new Dangan content. And this has been something. Playing Infinite Dream, it's the best game. It's the best game, and it was made by Aloe and Blaze. Go drop Aloe's link, please. In fact, I'm going to do a shout out for Aloe right quick. That should do it. There we go. Shout out on Twitch. A link drop on YouTube. That should be a thing. Should be a thing. Fantastic. You have Danganronpa 0 manga, but not the manga of 2. Lol. Anywho, then what about this case? The culprit who killed Tomori Kazuna? Did you include that person as a discoverer?
Yeah, that's right. Specific how to assign. Why the sudden dialect? Did you inhale a Tori?
Aforementioned.
What? My dialect's not that awkward. I mean, I have the mainland pronunciation.
You don't seem to be enough from the mainland to mix parts of the country.
No comment. You're suggesting this Neko has fooled us into believing the original existed at all? Excuse you. Well, if you ask for my opinion on a particular case, I would be the one in trial instead. If a judge enters the discussion, it's unfair, right? That would be a violation. Boop, 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 boop.
Huh. You're also evading the answer. Fine. Just looking at your reaction makes me think I touched a sensible subject.
Nope, I don't know what you're talking about. What the hell is Makaru talking about? Somebody let me know. Well, that does it for the mischief at this point. Now let's go with the trial soon. Did you know that 12 o'clock has passed already?
No, it hasn't. You still have 45 minutes, Monokuma.
Originally, I was gonna start right away, but Makaru sounded weird and it's late now. Anyway, let's go. First, start with the arrangement of the case. Please begin the discussion.
Do I have any theories before the trial? So yes, I'm fairly certain that I have it narrowed down to it being the gymnast girl, the runner, the track star. The fact that there's blood on the back, like the tripwire was the back of her leg and not the front of her leg, to me kind of clearly indicates that she knew that the tripwire was there and ran backwards into it, making her seem extremely suspicious in my opinion. No spoilers or Blaze will steal your kneecaps. I had already been a little bit suspicious about her because of like probably what's translator bias that I picked up on. A lot of wases in her thing. You don't think she did it for malice. I don't know. We'll see. I do think, in fact, that it was her. Spoiler, there will be a guilty verdict at the end of this. Oh my. Why did Makaru ask such a question? I have no clue what she's thinking. I'm curious, but now I have to focus on the trial without thinking about anything else. Time to arrange the scene. Let's gather, everyone. I hate to follow Monokuma's words, but we need to begin with the case. That's the topic at hand, because the people on the dormitory side at the time of the situation would know the details of this incident. Oh, right. What happened to him? After listening to the body discovery announcement, I was in a hurry to find you guys. And then Tamori, she was dead in the power room, all over with burn marks in the room. Okay, for those who know, reorganize the scene with the rest, and those who don't know the order of the events, from now on, take some time to confirm your positions with everyone. Kinjo, don't you have something to tell us before that? What? Please go ahead, time him out. Hey, Tasty Tango, thanks for subscribing on YouTube. That's one more closer to our 1K goal. You think Blaze did it? Oh, wait. Keaton timed out Blaze and what?
Oh, that's even better.
We won't actually time him out, but Blaze, you have 1 minute. That's funny. I read it the other way around. You said you wouldn't make anyone a victim if we followed you. For that purpose, we agreed, and you got rid of a group of 3 people, and everything ended up like this. So are you proud of it? Good job, then. Okay, I had to make amends to risk my own life and apologize for that, because I didn't keep my promises, but if you can't surpass this moment, everyone will die. It's a pity for what happened with Tamori, but I also have a duty to keep y'all from being executed in this class trial. If you don't like it, I'll be out of this trial. Yeah, I'm an incompetent cop who can't make promises anyway.
That's enough. Everyone's on edge.
Mari, what? I'm so confused.
Think about other things later and focus on the trial for now.
Yes. Akane, you know your heart, but let's finish this first. Yeah, and Kinjo, I didn't mean to... I'm sorry. It's fine. Let's begin sorting out the case step by step. Why timeout? So on the Twitch side, there is a points token that you can basically purchase for points that times somebody out. And Keaton purchased a timeout somebody else against Blaze. I think it's kind of funny. Because Blaze is a mod, I can't actually time him out without having to do like some weirdness to get him back to being a mod. But so Blaze is out for a minute. And Keaton has enough points for 4 more of those on Twitch. Yikes. Please don't time you out. It is for Twitch side timeouts only. So. Well, you know I won't say it anymore, but I couldn't help you, understand?
I don't need you, because there's Kinjo with us.
You have enough for 18 of them? You know, that doesn't surprise me, Blaze. Me?
Oh no, Makari, you can stay.
What? Don't let me do everything. We had to do it together. I said to myself, even for a dead guy, you must understand the truth of the case yourself.
Boo, all right.
Then let us begin. I didn't manage to get to the power room at the beginning of the whole incident to see it directly. Let's discuss what we heard and saw. The first part, around 9 p.m., Hateno discovered a fire in the power room, was it?
Her again?
Yeah, I was walking down the corridor on the 2nd floor before nighttime, but when I entered the power room there was black smoke coming out because it seemed to smell like something burning.
You mean that's what happened? I was at the antique shop, but I had no idea.
I heard Hateno's cry and rushed to the 2nd floor. Uehara and Makara were together as we bumped into each other on the way. We went first to the power room, the epicenter of the fire. It was hot and smoky. The fire was about to spread from the switchium to outside. Yes, it's exactly what Kinjo told me. I already know this part from Kinjo. What did Uehara do soon after was... They used the fire extinguisher. So you brought a fire extinguisher in the hallway on the 2nd floor to extinguish the fire, right? Yeah, that's correct. By the way, how does Maida know about that? The ones in that area were Kinjo, Uehara, Makaru, and me. Oh, I asked Kinjo about it while we were investigating. Right, I told him. Maida knows the unfolding process of the case. Is that so? Then let's continue. The 4 of us were putting out the fire. I heard something breaking inside the switchium. At that moment, Kinjo looked at Uehara and asked to see if someone was going out the power room door, and the other 3, including me, went to the switchium inside. And there...
Tamori was dead.
Yeah, at that point, the BDA came out. Taira Kurakawa arrived at the power room soon after. Okay, from here on, our dorm team has joined, so let me speak. When we arrived, the fire had already been extinguished.
After that, like last time, Monokuma handed out the files and put us on time to investigate.
Right. From here on out are the things that I have seen with my own eyes. Right after I examined the switchium and returning, that happened. That being Hateno's injury by wire. Shortly thereafter, Hateno had an accident in which her leg was injured by a wire trap.
That's what happened?
Yamaguchi said it before in front of the elevator. Didn't you hear, dummy?
Ayame, is it really okay? Still seems to be a little fuzzy.
Oh, no problem. It hurts a little right now, but it's not a major injury, so we can treat it properly after this trial. Isn't that right, Inori?
Yeah. Well, you don't have to worry. Please continue with the trial.
See, this whole thing, she's telling everybody not to worry about it. And to me, it's saying to me, you don't have to worry about it, because I'll be dead. Ah, ew, that leg wound. Is this an injury more serious than expected? What are you talking about? Didn't she say it was okay? Even pretense is useless. Do you think I can't read other people's minds? You, that incompetent, and the doctor. The atmosphere of you three, it makes things clear that something happened. Shall we guess? Let's see. How about the leg injury is so serious you won't be able to use it ever again? What?
What are you talking about? Ayame said she was okay. That's a lie, right? Makaru's just talking nonsense, yeah? Hey. Sorry. I thought you might be worried more, so I decided to keep this with Hateno. I lied. I'm sorry.
Inori, no. It's a lie? What do you mean?
In reality, Hateno's injury, the moving muscle tissue, the most important posterior tendon was amputated. Without luck, it's a serious injury that you might really have to wear crutches forever. What? Why is she was lying to say that it's okay for that serious injury? This is the most important trial of all our lives. Every detail matters. Sorry. Because of that, Hateno and I thought it was to avoid getting you guys confused, but I'm so sorry that Hateno tried to pretend it'd be okay. So sorry. Ame, it's a lie, right?
Tell us something. Sorry, I was lying.
What? Then it's really... Because the nurse's office is now locked, and since there are no facilities for treatment to treat the wound, it's literally a hemostasis. It's really hard to stand still. Isn't that too much for her? Hateno, shouldn't you get treated quickly, get healed, and come to the trial later?
Hey, what are you talking about? What's more important than the trial?
That is, but...
You're starting to dislike right now?
I can't even run again.
I'm sorry, but I agree with Makaru. Whether your leg's crippled, cut off, or unable to walk, if you don't win the trial, you'll die. Then it's more serious than what you mentioned before the trial. I lied that I was okay with this. As a result, I caused even greater confusion. Sorry, everyone. I think she lied about it to draw attention because she knew Makaru would pick up on it. I think that this is a pity act to get her to be not suspected. Will stream stop when the new year starts? No. No. We're gonna finish this trial. Ayame doesn't have to be sorry. Can't she be let go? At least to get a proper treatment.
No, it's absolutely forbidden to leave the court during a trial. If you're worried about Miss Hateno's leg, you'll have to finish your trial first.
You say that, but I'm also in agreement. I don't really care, but I want you to focus on finding the culprit. If the focus is on me, I'll just die just standing.
Thanks. But Ayame.
She says that, but let me comply with the will. And don't you think it would be wise to finish the trial earlier in time and get treatment? Uehara is right. Hateno, it may still be painful, but please hold on a little. Monokuma jump scare. Monokuma jump scare indeed. We get a lot of those over here. Okay. Thank you for your consideration, Akane. Then let's get back to the main topic again.
Yeah.
Your new... No. We will get to that when we hit the 1K. I understand you guys are very, very, very excited to hear me do it. Especially now that I have a new microphone. However... Guy... 1K. 1K. We're very close. I agree, Cherry. I honestly agree. Ad break incoming Twitch side. In just a couple seconds, actually. Be prepared.
Yeah. Where did we end again?
We were talking about Hateno's injury by the wire. Yeah, shortly thereafter, Inori took Hateno to provide first aid. We went out of the power room and we continued the investigation. That's the end of it, right? How many subs until I'm nice to you? There's not enough people in the world to give me enough subscribers to ever be nice to you, ER. Besides, it's not like you want me to anyway. I did not, Guy. I said it in somebody else's member stream. That's the end of it, right?
Quiz! But I think it's a useless question. Sorry in advance. The health room was locked, but how did you do Hateno's treatment? And where? Right, I needed something tough and thick to use as bandage. But there were some things like rags in the warehouse. However, since it's really a substitute and only first aid, there's a possibility of additional sepsis and bacterial infection. She'll need antibiotics just in case.
But in order to do that, we have to find out the killer and end the trial, right?
Yeah, but because someone died. Well, is there really another culprit among us?
Among us.
A killer who stabbed Tamori?
No, why are you doubting it for? That's for sure.
But if you point the killer gets executed. It seems like you're sacrificing a person to save Hateno.
So you would save the killer? To save a killer, 11 of us have to die. I agree. Let me say this, okay? A guy who knows a person is a cheap, even if they die. How long will you waste your time on such a useless topic?
I didn't mean that. I apologize. Also, how come Makaru and Kinju are teaming up? They seem to be getting better and better.
I understand Tori's feelings, but is it okay? I feel the same because it feels like, in the end, whether or not we point out the killer in this trial, someone will be killed. I wish there were no victims, but that bear Monokuma won't let us go. Damn it. What purpose does he want to achieve? So, the case was cleared up. Who's the killer? We have to figure that out from now on. Honestly, this case has a lot of twists. If you think of it as an ordinary murder case, it's not going to fit in at all. First, let's solve the mystery of each event one by one. The priority should be the victim's body.
The body.
Tamori's corpse was an important clue to be able to tell the whole story of the incident. There aren't just one or two secrets related to a body to the corpse. Personally, I didn't notice that there was anything special. The corpse. Based on my investigations, let's present the evidence gathered. Yeah, we'll non-stop debate. Right. The contradictions within yellow-colored words. Yep, okay. The action button, a truth bullet's fired. Okay, you can change the loaded truth bullet with the shift key. You'll need to shoot the correct statement in order to continue. If you pick the wrong one, of course. Quick note, by tapping the lower right corner in the arrow, you can skip faster. Fine. Okay. What clues does Tamori's body have?
I don't remember well. The knife was on her neck.
Also, the whole body was with blood all over.
It was terrible. Satsuki was vomiting for a while.
She was dead. Is it relevant?
Other than that, can't you think of something more essential?
Okay. It was written in the Monokuma file about what Tamori died of, and he gave me a clue that supports that evidence. Wait, you take... Okay, whatever. Okay. That one. Space? There we go. It's not really counter, but you got the hangman one ready? Thank you, please. Because it's still in Korean, chat. Tyra, wait a second. The weapon that stabbed Tamori was not a simple knife. It was a kitchen knife.
Huh? Kitchen knife? Right, it's even clearly stated in the Monokuma. The definitive cause of death is a cut through the esophagus caused by a knife. Right. Sorry, I can't remember well. The kitchen knives are only in the kitchen. Is there any evidence that the culprit brought it?
There is. Because Kurokawa saw that a knife disappeared from the kitchen right after the incident. Right, Kurokawa? Yes.
Too slow response. So the killer brought the kitchen knife out of the kitchen?
I guess it disappeared from the kitchen.
But that's a little weird. If the killer used a kitchen knife, there's a contradiction.
What are you talking about? Oh wait, I think I know, but why is Tyra talking like that? Obviously, at the time of the crime, Tyra could have known that it was contradictory that the killer took the kitchen knife from there. The reason is, she was in the kitchen. Tyra, the contradiction is because you were in the kitchen at nighttime, correct?
Yeah, that's right. That's it, Maida.
What? But what does that mean?
Mikaro, didn't you say you weren't gonna meddle?
I said I wouldn't help. I didn't say I would not raise a question, asshole.
Yikes.
Tyra told me. She was cooking in the kitchen near the end of nighttime.
Cooking?
Yeah, I'm sure, because I remember I accidentally splashed oil on my clothes and wiped them in the bathroom.
Oh, that happened. Wait, if Tyra was still in the kitchen at that point, how did the culprit take a knife from the kitchen without bumping into her?
Also, that's not at all that's weird. Tyra said it was around nighttime, but Tamori's death was 9:30 written in the Monokuma file. Ooh. Hibari, that sounds absolutely delightful. Yummy, yummy. I agree with you, Kirby. Tyra, I'm asking you just in case. You're the last person in that area. Did you put all the knives in place before you left the kitchen?
Yeah, I used it when I was cooking myself, so I remember it for sure.
Wait, what? When the knife was used in the crime, Tyra, if you checked all the knives in the kitchen, it doesn't make sense.
That's why it's called a contradiction.
Oh, did it? Interesting, Blaze.
If you think about it, do you think it's not a kitchen knife then?
No, there are only kitchen knives in the kitchen. Second floor was open and I've been searching all places ever since. But when everyone started investigating, didn't Kurokawa say she saw the kitchen knife disappear?
The knife used as weapon. Kitchen. That's correct. Which one is it?
Kinjo, don't you know? Sure, it's a contradiction. You don't even have to think about the ridiculous story of using another knife out of nowhere. Kinjo, worker. Now we're all finisher. There's only one way to solve the problem.
Really?
How? Very simple, in fact. Tyra, you're lying right now. No, wait. Why is it this way? Isn't it obvious? The Monokuma file doesn't lie. Then the time of death is sure to be 9:30. Also, the kitchen knife is only in the kitchen. Therefore, the order of events, the kitchen knife is being taken from the kitchen killed Kazuna Tamori is established. These two facts can be proven with certainty. But what does Akane mean? What proves that woman was cooking in the kitchen?
Now wait a minute. What are you trying to say?
Tyra, I'm in doubt. Were you together with someone? Yes or no?
I was alone.
That doesn't sound very confident. You need to see if the first meme of 2025 is stupider. Can't believe someone's without witnesses. Anyone can use it as if it's just a talkative alibi.
Oh, no, wait a minute. Why is the room like this all of a sudden? I was really in the kitchen, guys. But if Tyra's words are true, it would never make sense.
Tyra, did you lie? Why would you lie? Don't tell me.
Tyra's the culprit? Why am I the culprit? What reason is there for me to kill Kazuna? There's nothing.
I got it. She just kept ignoring your persuasions and invitations. Did you bear a grudge?
Funny, really. Kazuna grunted a lot, but in the end, she accepted us. The murder happened after that.
concede that you might not be the killer. Still, to say you were in the kitchen will be a lie. Why are you lying like that? No, it's not a lie. Tyra, tell me honestly. I want to believe you. That you're not the culprit. So then, are you really lying to us? Oh? Wait, I can't tolerate Akane being the culprit without corroboration. But I'm not trying to blame them. It doesn't make any sense if Tyra's words are true. No, there's a case where Akane's words can be proven to be true enough. What? It seems you haven't realized since you don't... Let me show you. The fact that Akane never lied. Okay. I'd love to see this. Yes. The decision key, the words... Okay. The decision key is pressed, the words are cut. Okay. Broken window, Kinjo testimony, blood traces. If Akane's words are true, it's simple. They put progress. Okay. There's still a contradiction. Did you forget? Tamori's fatal injury was a cut to the throat, meaning it's not hard to think that death was not instant. In other words, the time of Tamori's death is almost consistent with the time using the knife. You don't know that? The problem solved the rest. After Akane left the kitchen, the culprit returned to the... even if Akane's words are true somehow, I have to respond. Tyra left the kitchen when she went to the bathroom to wash her hands. After that, Tyra must have heard the body discovery announcement to go to the power room. After Tyra left the kitchen, could she pick up the knife and return... What? I'm confused, chat. Cut to the throat. Death was not instant. Almost consistent with... I don't think that's right. No, it's not right. What nonsense are you talking about? Oh, cool. Need to know. This one's a little confusing here. That's not right. If Akane's words are true. You can't use the knife before that. What? I'm so confused right now. Cream the Rabbit, hello, hi, how are you? None of these make sense to me. Oh, shit. Maybe? No, that's also wrong. Neko's not the culprit. Your squishy pink squishy hurts. Yeah, I got that much. You're fine. The culprit is Pam. Oh no. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. This I love the fact that this is translated, but it is kind of a rough translation. And the game is now in Korean. It is in, yeah. I'm just trying to think of what's being said and trying to figure out where it's supposed to be. Is debate scrum gonna happen? What? What? Neko doesn't speak Korean. No, and I'm having a lot of trouble with this right now. You think the first yellow section might be the clue? I think it might. I'm just really confused. I'm kind of like watching back to try and read it. If that last part's not it, maybe it's the one before one. Yeah, I'm like going back to rewatch here. Because I don't have a ton of lives and I don't want to, like, again, the translation is hard here. Do I want to know which one's the answer? Not particularly. I'm just trying to read it again. Could there be a time when the knife was used before? I mean, it had to be used. How do people get the little things at the bottom? You do have one. You are currently a, let me pick him up. Right here. Hello. Say hello to yourself. You see it. There you are. You can change them using the avatar extension if someone wants to drop the stream avatar thingy for me. You're a Terror. Yeah, Terror is one of our free punishment thingies. Alright, I still think it's the second one. Alright, here we go again. Death is 9:30. Can't, yeah. Damn it. I'm gonna die here, aren't I? There's still a contradiction. It's a cut to the throat, meaning it's hard to think that death was not instant. Time of Tamori's death. You don't know that. After Akane left the kitchen, the Wait, is there another thing after that? Tyra left the kitchen when she went to the bathroom to wash her hands. After that, Tyra must have heard the body discovery, the announcement, and went to the power room. But after that, Tyra left the kitchen. Can she pick up the knife? No. I'm dead. I'm dead. Cool. We get to restart. At least most of this was just talking. Just start from the beginning. Well, I guess we could just start it from here. It's just button mashing? Yeah, kind of. This one is very confusing. You saw someone explode earlier? That's because they haven't been talking in chat. Skip ahead a little bit. Is this the first game over? No, we had one in the last one, just again because of like some weird translation stuff. Honestly, I hate to say that it's all like translation weirdness, but it kind of is all translation weirdness. The way that some of this is done is... Oh, we have to go all the way back to this? Alright, sure. What if the knife was taken before Tyra entered the kitchen? Right, but she's saying that all of the knives were... Moo. He's got it. Oh, so it's the blood. Okay, that makes sense. She must have been there for a long time then. Have I tried pressing F? Oh. Nice. Thank you. G is 10x? G is not doing anything. That's fine. Here we go. Maybe G is the second game? Maybe. Alright, let's go. Died in the kitchen. It's simple. Oh shit, that was too late, wasn't it? Oh, that's not it either? Okay. How are people other characters? Did somebody drop the extension? That's not it either. This is really frustrating. This is unfortunate. It really kind of is. I'm just gonna have to, like, keep doing the thing, unfortunately. Nope, I'm dead again. That's cool. We're just stuck here for a little while. Is there a rewind button on this? That would make things a little easier. Here we go again. Round 3. Oh shit, now I've screwed up because I was fast forwarding. Hey, Happy New Year! Happy New Year! Yay, Happy New Year! I had an alarm go off. Do you have to log in? Yes. Yes, you do. Happy New Year! Happy New Year, everybody. It's now 2025. We're gonna be getting Wing It Raid. Happy New Year, even though Blaze still has an hour. And Wing It still has an hour. And we're having some issues here. Wing It Raid. 2025, 2000. Oh my god. Ugh. Don't make me think about that, please. Wing It, Wing It. Hi, Wing It, hi, Wing It. Welcome, Raiders. Hi. Blaze is Central Time. There's a lot of people at Central Time. How goes Grandpa? Translation scuff. All right. I think I know which one it probably is at this point. Dual Strike turns 20 this year. Oh no. Gonna see your friends off. Sorry to raid and run. Be back later. Sounds good. Wing It 2025. Hello. Hi. How are you tonight? How is everybody tonight? How are all the raiders? How are you doing? You wish we could dance? You can. It's exclamation dance. Oh, okay, because I totally did that the first fucking time. And so Wing It ran away before he could be blamed. Yeah, he did, didn't he? That was a frustrating one. Alex on the Wing It raid. Hello. Sans don't care. You slept for 2 hours because you got a sinus headache. Oh, poor Alex. All right, we're through that. Hateno, I'm sorry, but there's a contradiction in that logic. What are you talking about? Isn't possible to commit a crime while proving Tyra's words. Hateno, you mean the killer is taking a knife out of the kitchen right after Tyra leaves to wash her clothes? And they run straight to the power room and put the knife back into Tamori's body? Yeah, if you move quickly, it's quite possible in less than 3 minutes from the kitchen to the power room. Fast isn't the problem. Did you forget, Hateno? By the time night had began, you guys were putting off a fire in the power room. Oh. Hateno, Kinjo, Makaro, Uehara. If 4 people are in the power room and you walk in with an object that stands out like a kitchen knife, it can't be missed or even hidden in plain sight. In other words, even if Tyra secretly manages to pull the knife out of the kitchen, it's absolutely impossible to enter unnoticed to the switchium and stab the knife in the body. I can't... Thanks for the explanation, Maida. Thanks to you, saved us some trouble. Yeah, fuck you and your trouble. Like Maida said, Hateno, I understand that you're a close friend of Tyra. Unfortunately, if Tyra's words are true, it'd be an absolute contradiction to appear in a testimony. Akane, speak up your mind. Did you lie? Are you the only Teru? Most people don't like to be Teru here. There are not one, not two, but 3 commands about how ew Teru is. Can I say one more important detail in this? When the current party discovery announcement showed up, the 4 of us who put off the fire and the 6 in the student dormitory confirmed each other. So there is an alibi for us. You got Chihiro? Well, then you need to make sure that you fix it. Once you buy it, you then have to roll it over. Make sure that it shows to Chihiro in like your upper right. Sometimes it takes a little bit to change. There it goes. There you go. Tyra Akane and Mikaka Kurikawa, you two have no alibi. Happy New Year. Well, this much has been proven thus far. Tyra really killed Tamori? No, I'm not the real killer. Tyra? Really? The kitchen knife thing? I really don't know. Maybe I'm mistaken. But I'm not really the culprit. I didn't kill Kazuna-chan. Happy New Year, Lily! You haven't drank water since last year. Oh my god, Emerald, you must be dehydrated. Akane, really, can I trust you? But how do you explain that when you don't have an alibi? If you don't have it, it means that either Tyra or Kurikawa are the culprit. You are the most potential suspect in every way. Is it so weird to cook alone and go to the bathroom? I just happen to be alone. Tyra, tell the truth, and if you're not guilty, prove your innocence! And, if you're not subscribed yet, prove that you enjoy the channel and do so. Is Tyra really the culprit? Certainly, even without an alibi, there's 1 or 2 places in doubt. But was Tyra really with Tamori? No, I can't just doubt it yet. Not until all riddles are solved. I have to think what's been missing in the entire premise thus far. Tyra's the only Chinese culprit? What? I am not. Akane doesn't have an alibi. Since when? Kobashikawa and I say 8:30. That's what I think. Then there's no alibi for about an hour and 30 minutes with a witness missing. That'd be enough time to kill a person. And for the fire? I did not. What was the fire for? There were a lot of confusing things at the scene. Lighters and flashlights, fuse lines, etc. Tyra doesn't have an alibi. She'd be able to... Oh, that one. Fantastic. Wait. Kobushikawa, that's impossible. What? You mean about Tyra procuring the tools used in the crime? Yeah, Tyra has no alibi for the time being. I can't deny that. Bringing the tools, however, there sure is one. Oh, that's a certain alibi. I want to hear this. The reason I know is because of the fact that somebody told me. Right, Otori?
Huh?
Otori knew it. The lighter and fuse disappeared since late night. Gone from where? My guess would be the antique shop again. Otori mentioned that he went to the antique store every day. After Maki's incident, the antique store was filled with most of the items. Then after nighttime on the second day, the things used in this case suddenly disappeared, as mentioned by Otori.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I did check them.
So are you saying the killer took the tools late at night on the second day?
That would be the case, unless Otori's lying.
No lie, it's true.
Hey, on the second day, Otori was almost 2 days ago. Why didn't you talk back then? Knowing what kind of scheme was made when Maki was...
I'm sorry. At the time, I wasn't able to figure out things properly. It could have been my own mind playing tricks, so I wasn't really sure about it.
Well, if you're sure the tools were gone then, the killer took the tools in the middle of the night on the second day. That is what happened so far, if I understand this correctly. May I ask, why does that become Tyra's alibi? Why Otori's testimony becomes Tyra's alibi? It's because Tyra can't go to the antique store on that night. Right. Uehara probably doesn't know about the 3 who weren't with Kinjo. Only the rest knows. We know Tyra can't go to the antique store at night. And the reason is because of the late night rule. Why Tyra couldn't bring the tools at night? That's because of the nighttime rule, of course. Nighttime rule? Wait, what?
If it's nighttime rule, that's what Kinjo decided, right? To not come out of our rooms late at night after 10 o'clock.
When did you decide that? Makaru and Uehara have no choice but to not know, because the group decided when you weren't there. Oh, wait, that's it. They don't come out of their room at night. It means that all the rest of us, meaning Makaru and Uehara, who were on their own, couldn't have come out after nighttime. Yes. In other words, Tyra's was also in the night frame alibi for late at night. Yeah, I never came out of my room at night. Wait a minute, there's no alibi at all. Huh? That late night time rule isn't a rule set by Monokuma, is it? So what makes you think it's a genuine rule? You don't get killed from breaking it, and no evidence if you did, correct? I'm sorry, but I think the same thing. Even if Tyra followed the rules faithfully, it is no different from before without evidence.
Does that mean...
No. With that rule, Tyra's alibi could be enough.
Kinjo-kun.
Oh, what is it now? Until now, you've been pushing Tyra Kane. What's your defense this time? Don't tell me you're defending your own rules now, because that's a self-made rule. Surely not. I know the laxity the rule has. It's lax. Of course. As Makaru said, it wasn't a formal rule, and it was decided by herself, so there's no problem with breaking it. What, to break it? Isn't that actually helping a culprit? Kinjo, did you suggest such a thing even though you knew this would happen? Sorry I kept it a secret from you guys. Actually, I did some work on your private rooms. Work? Indeed. Every late night, put a thin thread on the door of your private room. Thread?
What does that mean then?
In fact, it's pasted so that it passes between the wall connecting the door and the door frame. If you do this, the tape will break when the door's open and the thread will break as well.
So if the thread was broken, it would sound like someone had opened the door.
Now, I've been watching late at night every day this way. As each night time starts, I put a new thread on, and I got up earlier than anyone else in the morning to check if any of the threads were cut. Happy New Year! Time to become Kazuichi. Fair. Tyra's never been out of her room in a single night past 10 p.m. Oh, did you do that? Then you know who exactly left their rooms on the night the tools were gone. Unfortunately, I didn't find that out. What do you mean you couldn't figure it out? You mean you couldn't confirm that the thread was broken? No, it's because no one's broken the thread. What? That means... You mean no one left the room late at night the second day? To be precise, the rest except Makaru, Uehara, and Tamori, because those three were an exception. Then that means it was one of those three that was able to use the tools at that time. However, Tamori is already dead, so either Makaru or Uehara is the culprit. Don't make such rash judgments. I swear I didn't commit a murder.
Now wait a minute, Kinjo. What does it mean for us to have a thread on the door as a secret?
What do you mean? I explained it was a device to check if you were out of the room.
Not like that. It's as if you couldn't trust us at all. You mean you were spying on us without saying a word?
Something doesn't feel right. You're right. Tyra is right. Kinjo, you don't believe in us at all, do you? It's not my reality to believe and not believe. It's just my nature, my own personality. I'm basically always suspicious of everyone, other than me.
Why is that your nature?
I mean... What's with the expression of disapproval? I proved Tyra's alibi thanks to the thread on the door, right? Reason in itself is impossible, unless you're basically suspicious of others. Kinjo-kun, you really...
Stop it. Why do you keep trying to fight? This isn't the right time right now. While we're doing this, Ateno's leg...
Everyone calm down. Even if you leave my legs, how many times is this going to repeat already? It's not too late to cover up disputes even after the trial is over. Now let's focus on the case, please.
Okay.
So, it's just me and the priest who eventually took the tools. For now, I think so. But isn't that funny? You guys, all the other kids are suspicious, but Tsurugi Kinjo's not at all. What? I'll say this again. No matter how much you claim Akane was in the kitchen, it's useless without evidence. What do you prove, Kinjo? That a guy attaches a thread to a door? Where's the evidence that confirms your action? You have a theory, but you're not going to say it?
Kinjo?
If you think he's the culprit, in all situations, he can sleep at will. Why is Kinjo not suspicious then? Do you think I'm the culprit now? Well, I'm just talking about possibilities. But you know there's no evidence in your words, don't you? If that's the case, there's no evidence for Otori's testimony, right? The only one who checked these items was Otori. And even though it was just gone on the second day, we have no way to check it.
What in blazes? You can't believe me now?
One moment. If Kinjo or Otori's words are false, isn't Tyra's alibi also false?
Wait, what? I'm telling the truth here.
Everyone's in disarray. It's like they're looking for more reasons to distrust each other, even more than in Maki's trial. Has our trust started to break? I don't want this outcome. I'm powerless on my own. Enough. Considering the true or falsehood in the testimony will change nothing. I believe the testimonies that have already been pointed is already a testimony worth considering. I like to approach this from the other side of the case. Kurokawa?
I think this is the first time I came here that you said a long speech.
Kurokawa's right, you guys. No, don't mind the trivial things. A lot of time already passed. Focus on the idea of finding the culprit.
As soon as you finish. Will it be daybreak till then? Am I already half asleep right now?
You shut up! Yes, it seems we were so enthusiastic about the killer being liars. As Kurokawa said, let's turn around halfway back and move on. Okay, I think that'd be good, because I also want to avoid making discord with you guys. Do whatever you want. To go around halfway? You mean talking about the identity of the criminal? You gonna put things aside for a while? Either way, whether Tyra lied or not, we don't have the evidence, so no matter who's right or not, let's first solve another mystery. Okay, that's fine too. The more urgent it is, the more necessary it is to go back to.
But even if we go back, what do we do first?
Basically, same as before. Do you guys recall? Most important thing in the case is the dead body. But aside who the culprit is, tell me what doubts you have about it. Then the path towards the outline of the culprit will look more natural. The body. Tamori's body was the most important clue. Let's recall in my memory how Tamori's body looked. Blood warning for you guys. Just remember, it is a little bit of a gory one. I don't know if it's actually going to show it or not, but... how Tamori was killed. Let's think about it. I thought of that before, but first of all, it's the knife, right?
Yes, the Monokuma file clearly points this out.
Tamori was dead in the Switchium? Why did she go to such a place? There's not even light. It's possible the killer moved it.
Anyhow, Tamori in some way went to the switch room. Without a chance to resist, instant death.
Oh, it didn't give you the chance to switch it again. Come on. Considering the state of the body, it was quite damaged. Among that, the one thing that stood out from the wound was the killing blow written on the Monokuma file, the fatal wound. But I don't think that was all. There we go, there we go. Cloth will be back soon. We'll see you when you get back, Cloth. Yep. Otori, that's not it. Remember, Tamori's cause of death was obviously the neck wound, but there was another wound.
There was another one?
The stomach wound, that's right.
Right, it's an important point.
The stomach was stabbed?
Why is that important? The killer just stabbed her twice, right? In general, it is, but think about it. The cause of the neck wound. In this case, for some reason, you stabbed your victim in the stomach and the neck later. If you were gonna kill on the neck from the start, why do you want to stab someone at the stomach first? The stomach was hit cleanly, but the fatal wound was missed. However, she was killed in the end. Is there something to miss?
Ugh, that's so cruel.
You can probably see it like that. Looking at the case as a whole takes something to put into notice. What do you mean, something to notice? Perhaps the fire has something to do with it.
Fire, that's right. It turned out there was a fire in the switchium room.
Yeah, that's also important. You guys, don't you think the fire happened unnaturally? That's true. If you see a fuse on the wall and even a lighter on the floor, you can see it right away. When did you have time to go in there and find out about that? So you're saying that the killer started the fire for some reason? Is there a reason to do that?
This is also a question that doesn't really matter. Is the power room okay? I'm sure the switchium's a really important place, so I heard it's a big deal if it gets damaged.
Well, it's a really big place. It's cool, of course, a fire was there. Fortunately, we lived because the fuse line was laid to burn only the walls. But... oh, I was supposed to not speak, right? What did you say now? It was laid only to burn the wall?
Oh, it was kind of puzzling after all. There was such a big fire, but Tamori's body didn't burn at all.
Only the wall without touching the machines or the body. Was there something on the walls? If it's a wall, what else was there? Jerry Cross, Happy New Year, Happy New Year, Happy New Year, Happy New Year. You thought of something. What if the culprit rubbed out what was written on the floor with their foot? And that's why there was a blood trail. Ooh, Santa, maybe. Looking back at it, there was a line passing by it, too. It wasn't on the wall of the switchium, along with something else. Okay, it's gotta be the window. What was on the wall of the switchium room? There's only one thing. The glass window.
A glass window?
That big glass window, but wasn't it broken by the time we arrived?
Well, it turns out that when Kinjo and the others brought the fire extinguisher to put out the fire, didn't they say they heard something cracking or breaking inside?
That's right. At the time, I thought it was the sound of someone in the switchium breaking the window and going outside. I asked Uehara to check the entrance of the power room. In the end, no one was seen. Wait a minute. If the only thing on the wall of the switching room is the glass window, the culprit's purpose was to burn the window? Why cause the explosion after killing someone. Not a lot of evidence got destroyed. I honestly think that there would have been a lot of things done to create an alibi for the person that did this.
I think I heard this somewhere. When the glass is heated, it becomes fragile. Then the killer set fire to the switchium after killing Tamori and broke the fragile glass window while everyone put out the fire and took advantage of it to escape.
Wait, isn't that weird? If that's the case, all you have to do is heat up the window and break it. There's no reason to do a big job by setting the whole wall on fire. Wait, for no reason, right? It's possible it was used as a smokescreen. Actually, Uehara tried to check the entrance, but didn't he say he couldn't see anything because of the smoke?
Wow, that's too complicated.
Anywho, doesn't that mean someone was inside the switchium right before we got in? Then me and Kinjo, who were gathered at that point, Uehara and Makaru have a definite alibi, right? No, you guys are making a big mistake right now. Huh? What do you mean? Think more carefully. Then in your thoughts you can spot the contradictions. Ad starting in 30 seconds, Twitch side. Welcome back, Cloth. We are mistaken. What do you mean? Reorganize what you guys said. First, you go into the switchium. Surely the fuse and lighter were used. The reason the killer used those is because there was a purpose for setting the fire.
By the way, the fuse was only surrounded by the wall, right? It would have only burnt the walls.
All the walls, in addition to the windows, there were no special items in there. Meaning the culprit broke the window and the smoke started to spread. Did you check that, Inori? Glass windows are fragile when heated.
Yes, the molecular state changes and cracks occur. If it was so fragile, the killer was prying the glass in order to escape. It's not impossible to accomplish.
Kinjo said we're mistaken. Obviously, it's clear the killer had a purpose and caused the fire. And the purpose of the fire was for the glass window. If so, what are we mistaken about? During the investigation, there was something Kinjo said while looking at the window. Yeah, maybe we're thinking wrong about breaking the window. Let's think about that. There we go. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's what?
As Kinjo said, I think we were mistaken for one thing. It's what Inori said right now. The broken glass, that's what I mean. What are you talking about? We know for sure the glass window's broken, aren't you?
Wow, Cloth. That hurts.
Yeah, the glass window's broken, but it wasn't broken by anyone. It wasn't broken by anyone. Did the window break on its own?
That's a bit ridiculous, but I guess it's not a wild fantasy.
No, Maida made a very precise point. As Maida mentioned, the window was broken alone without anyone touching it.
Wait, really?
Is it possible? Like Inori said, glass is weak to heat. Of course, it can withstand a certain degree, but if it's heated directly, or if the temperature difference between indoors and outdoors is severe, the weakness becomes more prominent. Do you remember the structure of the switchium room? It was completely enclosed space except for the entrance, right? In fact, even when the fire broke out, I couldn't feel any heat outside.
Oh yeah, Kinjo's words are correct. But still, isn't it too much for a glass to break just by thermal change without any external force? Of course, the conditions are just right. Not impossible, but...
I don't know what you're saying.
Right, as Inori mentioned, the logic's a bit far-fetched. But what if the conditions were met?
Huh?
I don't know if anyone noticed because it wasn't a part that was noticeable at the scene of the incident, and because the switchium itself was dark, and probably no one was interested in it, but the glass window of the switchium was very tight.
That's it. If the heat alone was left with enough time to break by itself, Kinjo's words would make sense.
Hey, it's interesting reasoning, but what's the basis of it? That it was only possible that the glass could break on its own by hearing this. You didn't throw this without thinking, right? Of course not, because Kinjo's remarks have an adequate basis. Isn't that right, Kinjo? Right. Did you also notice it, Maida? Yeah. Actually, I was also guessing when I said that the window wasn't broken by someone. The exact reason the glass window broke on its own? It's probably because of the glass shards, right, Kinjo?
The shards.
Correct.
Please don't tell me I'm the only one in the world that doesn't get this until you give me a proper explanation.
At first, I only knew that the killer would make use of the window in some way to escape without fail. But Kinjo said during the investigation... Then please do. I need to investigate the window more. Oh, Kinjo, one sec. Can I ask one more thing? I just heard the whole situation from you, but I still don't get what's weird about the glass shards from the window. So, simply put it, it's neatly broken. The glass was neatly broken. What does that mean, you ask? In other words, it means if you broke it with human strength, it wouldn't break like this. It's human power. It's neatly broken. I don't understand it.
I see. What you mean is the broken shape. When I listen to Maida and think again, it really feels like that.
Yeah, if some... Oh my god, I've been muted. No. How far back did we go? I'm sorry. It's a touch-activated microphone, like mute. Less than 15 seconds? Okay. So like I adjusted where the microphone was sitting a little bit because I've been like kind of shifting around a little bit. I'm a tad uncomfortable tonight. And ow. I must have hit the mute. It's something I'm gonna have to learn with. Okay. How was the glass window of the switchium? It's like a broken shape, as if part of the window somehow got neatly removed. No matter how you look, don't you think it was broken by an unnatural way? It certainly looks that way. There seems to be no contradiction in Kinjo's words. Place. Huh. Funny, isn't it? Makaro, you must have known this much. I'd like you to stop trying to test me. Don't think of the class trial as a joke, Makaro. Ow. Oh my, thanks for the advice. I'm just worried that one day you'll become as lost as these friends of yours. Kinjo, don't mind Makaru. Keep going.
Actually, they just finished explaining.
Wait a minute. If Kinjo's words are true, then when the fire broke out, doesn't it mean that no one was inside the switchium? Oh, so that's what he meant.
Wouldn't that be very likely? If someone was inside and were trying to escape, it would be quicker to break the glass manually, instead of waiting to be heated in order to break itself.
Yes, besides, Uehara at that time opened the entrance to the power room and guarded it. No matter how thick the smoke was, if someone tried to leave, they would have been caught. At that time, we all thought we hadn't seen him because we all knew someone broke the glass. But in reality, no one was inside the switchium. And thus, the killer deliberately heats the glass and breaks itself, and for the reason of making us think. Someone inside the switchium broke the glass and escaped. Okay, that's it, right? Then, in the end, everyone's alibi no longer holds. Is that the conclusion? Eh? Think about it. If there was no one inside the switchium, the killer was ready to start the fire in advance. He could mix us in at any time. If that's the case, aren't you saying that it's possible for everyone to start a fire, including Kinjo and the group who went to put out the fire when the window was broken, and the rest of us in the dormitory side?
Nani?
Oh, you mean we don't have an alibi either? Yamaguchi's right. Anyone can commit a crime by reasoning from the information provided thus far. Hold on, isn't that established under the premise that the person who caused the fire is the culprit? It hasn't been clear yet, but it seems too hasty.
There's no reason for a person who's not the culprit to set a fire. I'm not crazy enough.
Even so, at the beginning, the timing of this incident, Tamori's death occurred around 9:30. Was everyone close by during that time? I mentioned this earlier, but I was cooking alone.
I was looking around the warehouse for things to help with the treatments. It was useful for Hiteno's first aid.
I was just lying in my own bed. What the? You mean everyone was alone? There doesn't seem to be anyone near the time of the crime. The only way we could see each other was to find out where each one was, where the alibis were lost, with the exception of Makaru, Uehara, and Kurikawa.
What? Then are we back where we started?
Back would we miss? We just talked ourselves in circles. We've learned that the glass was basically set to break on its own. But that's about it.
There's no evidence that everyone has an alibi or to deduce the culprit. That's why...
You mean there's no one in doubt? No suspects?
But then who was it?
Tyra, except you.
What? What? Isn't this deja vu again? You know, maybe we're in an infinite loop now.
We did. We literally went in circles, okay? Stop dating, Connie. Didn't the talk about her testimony finish before? No, it wasn't over. It was just that it was put on hold because there was so much uncertain information. Nothing resolved about why she lied.
I didn't lie.
Wait, it's not Tyra, as the testimonies of Kinjo and Notori proved it, right?
Yeah, that's right. Whoever the culprit is, they have to prepare a fuse and a lighter to start a fire. But wasn't it mentioned that Tyra didn't come out of their room in the middle of the night when we went to our private rooms? I'm uncertain about that. Frankly, I'm suspicious of each of them, and they were put on hold. Shouldn't we use the information we have, even if it is uncertain information, unless there's an objection to definitively deny it? I apologize. I'm really sorry. Even if there's an alibi for bringing the tools, I'll just keep it in mind. Tyra's lie, however? To be honest, it's the same with me. If she's not the killer, why'd she make such suspicious remarks?
I told you I might have been mistaken. Well, either way, Tyra wouldn't be able to get the tools, so she can't be the killer. Enough with this meaningless argument.
You really are just stupid.
What now? You think we're stupid?
It is so stuffy that you can't see it. Want me to share some insight? At the start of the class trial, you said you wouldn't even help. Oh, did I? Then I won't meddle. Do it yourself. That isn't,
Listen first, Makari might know something, right? You know?
I'll tell you one thing, for those of you who are ignorant and poor, is that there's a method for the criminal to get the tools without using the hand. Say it then. The most representative example is an accomplice. You suspected that there could have been an accomplice in the last trial, right? That's what I'm thinking, Mari. But Makaru, isn't less likely that we have one in this case? We were informed that the only person to escape this place would be the killer. Moreover, even if there is an accomplice, it's impossible for them to bring the tools. According to Kinjo, in the middle of the night, the day the tool disappeared, not only Tyra, but also because neither of us left our private rooms. I think that means none of us, but except for the 3 who didn't act with us.
Then it's gotta be Uehara and Makaru, the ones who helped Tyra?
I have a bad feeling about this. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. What if Kizuna was trying to commit suicide, rigged up the whole trap explosion thing, stabbed herself in the stomach, Oh my, oh. Christ indeed, but I am saying she tried to pull a Nagito. She can't put the, but the knife was still in her throat. What if someone walked in, saw her almost dead, and was like, well, if you're gonna have nobody escape, I'm gonna be the one to escape. Or what if she was the accomplice to her own murder? Oh God, Mari, yeah, exactly. Oh my. Oh boy. Why you're already making it confirmed as if I did? It's not me. Okay, surely Makaru and me are able to roam around without any restriction that day. But I haven't shown up to the antique shop until now. Or maybe Kazuna was trying to kill somebody else. That could also be it. I don't know. I haven't shown up to the antique shop, and even now. You don't have to doubt me or Uehara, Kinji. The person who brought the items from the antique shop, can't you see it? Based on the testimonies from Kinjo and Notori, there are only 3 people that were free to move around at night during that day. Makaru is saying that the accomplice is obviously visible. Surely it can't be that person, right? Oh my god! Makaru, the person who brought the tools? You mean it was Tamori? It was Tamori. That's right. If you have an accomplice, Tamori Kazuna shows up. You can't see anyone else, can you? By the way, I'm so ashamed that the incompetent had to answer this. Wait a minute, Tamori's the victim though? Why is she an accomplice? I'm not sure why exactly. But the only ones to bring the tools could be Makaru, Uehara, and her. She was a victim, so I wondered if there would be a contact with the criminal at some point. Incompetent, this is a common pattern, is it not? The story of a criminal tracking someone into a crime. Speaking of which, the criminal took advantage of the accomplice in the end. Wait a minute, Kinjo. Kinjo can also bring the tools at nighttime. There's no way to prove that Kinjo was not out of the room or not. Didn't the time run out while talking about that? Believe or not believe? You're free to believe? Whatever. Now I think it's wise to follow more clear information than uncertain leads. If you are with Tamori, you can definitely bring the tools. So what happened? For some reason, Tamori did something funny. The killer himself maintained an alibi that Tamori delivered the tools to the killer in the late night hours? Now wait a second. Kazuna-chan didn't change her mind? There has to be a reason to decide and help the killer. You said she was an accomplice, but she can't actually get on the level of an accomplice. What the accomplice did was just deliver the tools. I need this thing, please bring these for me. Is not enough excuse.
What about it? If Tyra's the culprit, there's nothing strange about that, right?
Right, Keaton, the note. Exactly.
No.
That is not. Tyra, I'm sorry. I hate to doubt you. But no matter how I look, there's only you. You too. Everybody, this is too much.
Why are you all so anxious to turn me into a bloody killer? You don't even have an alibi. The only difference between you and me is I made that mistake once. Yeah, that's it, isn't it? You just got an appropriate stick, so you're hunting witches, you villains.
Apologies, but it's a situation that doesn't seem to be as bad as it is right now.
I'm the culprit only because there's no certainty at all.
Tyra's the culprit? Is that really it? As Tyra said, there's only one thing everybody's suspicious of her right now. It's just a witch hunt. If there's no solid evidence, let's think about it. Was there any more convincing evidence? Or is she lying? Here we go, the flash anagram. Blaze, I will take the answer, please. Yeah. Part of the clue, yeah. Displayed at the bottom of the screen. If I need to find the right letter to fit in the blank. Got it. Thank you. I'm really not sure what that says, but I'm hoping it's got something to do with the tripwire. I really hope that's the part of the thing we're getting into right now. Oh, the dying message. Okay, cool. Come to think of it, there's a clue about the culprit's identity.
Oh?
A clue to the killer's identity. Is that true? If you knew that, why do you mention this now? Sorry, I just remembered. And even though it's a clue to the killer, I don't know who it's pointing to. You don't even know who it's pointing to? Then how do you know it's a clue to the killer? Oh boy.
Maida, what you're referring to is the dying message, is that correct?
Right. Some may not have seen it, but next to Tamori's body, there were some letters written in blood. Guys, guess what? We left ER last year when we turned the year over. Some might not have seen it, but next to Tamori's body, there were some letters written in blood.
A dying message, is it? Something like a cryptogram that points to the killer before they die?
Yeah, everyone take a look at this. This is a dying message presumed to have been written by Tamori.
Hey, this is it? I've seen this blood spot too. I just thought the blood splattered in a strange shape.
It says 11037, lol.
It actually looks like that. But if there's any meaning in these letters...
This is a clue to the culprit, right? I think it's a good idea to decipher the dying message. Rather than being suspicious of Akane while catching a fuss over it. But what does this say? Do we have any letters? XXXX, 4 X's. I don't know what that means at all.
I think Kinju or Makaru may know. Isn't this a professional's job?
Basically, the dying message refers to the culprit more directly than you think. Because it's just before she dies, the victim can't afford to waste the time thinking. In other words, if you think a little, it has various meanings that'll need to be solved. Don't think very hard, just change your perspective a little. 4 X's. Does that number have any meaning? Actually, doesn't it seem like the last X is a little big? It seems to have a different meaning from the first 3 X's. Please. Happy New Year from the Midwest. Hey, Central Time people, please wing it. Happy New Year to you guys. Happy New Year. Yay, yay, yay. We're all in 2025 now. Well, there's still a couple time zones in the United States that have to go, but yay, yay. Happy New Year.
What is X? The meaning of X?
You guys are really stupid. What? Does this mean you understood the meaning of this dying message? Namely Hawaii? Well, we still have Mountain Time and Pacific Time in the United States. So there's still 2 time zones. Haven't seen Neko stream since... Oh my god. Hawaii is part of the US. What do you mean? Of course not. There's nothing to understand. This is not a password. It literally points to the killer. What? That's what it was. What? What do you mean, literally? Well, first of all, if you don't know, even after telling you this, I'd rather be executed and die. No way. Wherever you look, it only reads X. Katakana. Huh? Katakana word. Think about it. Katakana is... Wait, katakana? Obviously, this dying message looks like the letter X at first glance. It's because there's a lot of blood. But from a different perspective, it really looks like katakana. I don't know. Anybody that knows any katakana want to weigh in here? Haven't left Neko's stream since last year. You read katakana? Does that look like anything to you, ER? Help, Tasty Tango. Neko is evil, according to ER. Got some water? What's going on? That looks like nothing. Maybe me? Yeah. Keep in mind the perspective. Yeah. A letter that reads like an X in katakana.
Me is the most familiar one I can see.
No, there are many other things you can think other than that. In fact, Japanese can be read differently enough, even if it's written a little skewed. It's not strange for a person on the verge of dying writes with their own blood, but it would be weird if they would write straight.
Then what were they trying to draw in the end?
The middle X and the third X, the alphabet X, have long vertical strokes. If X is tilde, it becomes me. Where the vertical stroke is long, if it's long, toe, E. I don't know, man. I'm getting a headache. No way. What this word means is...
When I think of it as katakana, the first X is almost similar to me.
Or meh, I guess. Give one more hint. The third X has a symbol that seems to be hide and see. It seems. I can't see anything like that.
Look closely. It's buried in the big X next to it. It's hard to see it. Because there's a drop of blood in the exact location.
I don't know if you say so. Allow me to raise a question to you. Your reaction seems to be the reaction after knowing the correct answer.
One point, after I listened to Makaru and Kurikawa's words, I came to realize it. Seems like there are some other people who solved it besides me. The identity of the dying message. If you think of it as katakana, the first letter is me, or me, and the last one has a hidden symbol. The second and third letters with long vertical strokes. The candidates are E and To. What? When I think about these combinations, I think I can see the answer for sure, but should I believe this answer? I'm so confused. I have no choice but to accept the result. I have to. I have to do it. The person this dying message points to. The person's identity. I have to admit it. That's such a stupid... Maybe sound it out. It was bitch. It was bitch. Blame the clown because it's funny. I'm very tempted to just go with my gut and put down that it's Ayame. Maybe it's right. It's supposed to be a name in Japanese, but I don't know what their names would be in Japanese. Tasty Tango Lolita Bot is literally a bot. Is there no one that can translate in chat? This is it does suck. I have a feeling it's supposed to be pointing to herself. The names are in Japanese. It would spoil if translated. The Mei is in her name. Yeah. Ayame. Meito. Meido. Oh, the maid. Oh. You like thanking AI for its assistance? I don't know, chat, what are we thinking? Is it Meido? Well, I mean, it could be the maid. Maito, what? Go with what I think is right. Yeah, please, ER. Bitch is still an option. If only there was a quick save, I would do it. I really would.
Listen, Cryo, the problem is this translation shit. Acquire the class trial that even stumps Neko, but it's all translation issue. Like, I'm... Meito and Mate. Oh, okay. Listen, I'm just gonna go with my gut. I just want to finger this bitch. No. Damn it. Okay. Then I'm going with my secondary gut. Also, oh, god damn it. There's no way. There's no way. It can't be her.
犯人は君だ。
There's no. They were framing her? They're framing her. This isn't a dying message at all, is it? The meaning of the dying message. As Kurokawa mentioned, this was a text that could be read as it was in katakana. However, it just looks like the letter X because it's a little bloated. Maida, do you know the meaning of the dying message? Well, Kurokawa, Makaru, and Kinjo's hints set on. I'll explain to you guys from now on. First of all, the first letter, as everyone guessed, is meh. This was easy to understand, that even if you look at it, you can confuse it a little. With an X, right? I think the second letter is probably I. If you use the vertical stroke a little longer, it overlaps the horizontal stroke. It has a similar shape to meh. And the third letter, it's pretty hard to recognize, but I was able to guess based on Kinjo's voiceless remarks during the first two letters. Maybe this one was supposed to be do? This one is close to I. If you write a longer horizontal stroke, it'll have the same shape as X. I'm still uncertain what the last big X means, but once you look at it this far, it's true that one word does come to mind. Maid. The ultimate maid student, Taira Akane. It can't be her. There's no way. Ugh. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be right back, chat. Oh boy. I still don't believe it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I still don't believe it. I think this is some bullshit. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Hey guys, guess what? Neko's literally been streaming all year. No, you can ask Cryo. He just saw me. It really is me. I did just get that response from him. He was like, "Oh, it is you." All year minus 2 minutes? Yeah. No way you're getting away with that joke. I'm getting away with that joke. It's funny. Y'all haven't left Neko's stream since last year. Neko's been streaming since last year. I'm funny and you know it. Probably not, Habari. Okay, Cherry. Like, you could stay away. Anywho, I really, really think that this is, she's being framed. She's gotta be being framed. Anywho, let me clean my glasses and we'll be ready to go. Do I use alcohol wipes? I usually just use my shirt. Tyra, among us, the word maid refers to, or rather, I can't think of anyone but you. Akane. That is really her. You killed Tamori?
Now wait a minute. There must be a misunderstanding.
No, I do every once in a while. I'll use an alcohol wipe. Just not very frequently. Actually, you want to know what I use most frequently? When they're like really dirty and need something like really cleaning? Baby wipes.
There must be a misunderstanding. I mean, something like this. This is too much.
Please, wait a minute, everyone. I have nothing. I didn't do anything. The dying message was written by a person. The Lord does not lie. As long as the dying message refers to the word maid, it has already been revealed. Was it a lie at the beginning of the trial to cover up her crime? No! Tyra, tell me with your own words. Are you really the culprit?
Me? I'm not the killer.
Akane.
Why am I the culprit? The dying message may say the word maid, but there's a big X next to it. You guys have only interpreted the maid and didn't interpret the X after that. That X could literally been an X. Doesn't that mean negative? In other words, it means not the maid, so I'm not the culprit. I don't know yet if what Tyra said is true, but certainly as she said, we haven't fully decoded the dying message yet.
Okay, the X at the end.
Well, if you look at it, it really looks like it says not the maid, but...
If the dying message means not the maid, as Tyra says, I would rather be more suspicious of Tyra.
Uh-huh? Why?
Don't you think so? Who is the killer? I don't recall seeing messages saying who is not the killer. Seems illogical to write. An innocent one in blood by the own victim. Rather, you would think it's not the maid to take yourself off the suspect list.
Hey, doesn't that mean...
You lost the reaction to Kazuna's death. Well, there is a VOD for that, Nautilus. Welcome in. You can go see it. It's just from last Tuesday. It's not imposter. I'm not an imposter.
The culprit themselves wrote the dying message?
Oh, that's right. There's no law saying the dying messages are all true. They can show up in many ways. For example, the killer manipulates the dying message to lead to an advantage in the trial. Yeah, maid X as it is. Meaning the only one who would benefit from writing that is not a maid, would be the maid herself, Tyra.
Whether the interpretation of the dying message is this or that, there's no way to avoid the word maid.
Akane, you really are. Is Tyra really the culprit? Can we conclude the case like that? No. No. No, 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 no. What is this feeling? Is it my heart screaming? I feel like all of this, it feels so contradictory. Is it okay to end up with Tyra being the culprit? Wait, what? What if? Good night, Cloth. Have a good one. Happy New Year. You remember that you kind of cheated in this trial since you had a friend who can actually speak Japanese when you first played the game. It was easier for you getting through a lot of things. So I did kind of cheat a little bit with chat. What if this guy's Von Karma in disguise? You're talking about the message left? Yeah, I had some help from chat. Good night, Big Mac Kid. Good night, good night. Happy New Year. Can I vote now? It'll be painful to do any more. It'll just be... I just want to end this quickly. Wait. Kurokawa? Obviously. It's true that Tyra was suspicious. Clearly the way she acted seems questionable. However, there's a problem yet to be solved. What? An unsolved problem? As Kurokawa said, it's too soon to end like this. There must be a cause for this unpleasant feeling. Yeah, it's the stupid fucking tripwire. Yeah, a secret that hasn't been solved yet. Thank you for the head pats. An unsolved problem. I do not know.
What's the point? The dying message is also over. What else is there?
The secret of the window is over. Tool procurement problem has also been solved.
Wait a minute. Is there anything left remaining as Kurokawa says?
Only for murder, you're thinking. Don't you think about cases more than murder? Oh, shoot. Shit. It's something other than murder?
What problem is more important than murder?
Kurokawa's words have a clue hidden in them. Certainly so far, I've been confused about the dying message and the crime situation, but I've been rushing to see the real important fact we might have missed. What have we solved so far in this case? What are we missing? Ad break starting in a minute. Switch side.
そうかもしれないよ
There we go. Yeah, right, that's it.
Did you find something, Maida?
Guys, I think it's still a little bit early to call Tyra the culprit. What? What do you mean? You're the one that said the dying message had the word maid. About that, I still can't conclude for sure. Thanks to Kurokawa, I could think of something actually. Right after the incident, do you all remember Hateno's injury?
Of course, now that the trial's coming to an end and Hateno's condition is worsening, get that in order, okay?
Why was Hateno injured? Everyone, think about it. Why did she get hurt? You saw it. She was hurt by a wire trap in the leg. Think about it. Who installed the wire trap? When does this come into place?
I mean, the killer must have installed it.
That's it. In other words, your opinions with the suspected killer meaning Tyra installed the wire trap, right?
No, wait a second. I've never installed anything like that. Why would I aim for an anime chan?
That doesn't really mean you can't, though.
Wait a minute. Tyra installed the wire trap? The wire trap is there, but when was it installed? When was the wire trap installed? I don't know exactly what's on the wire, but I can guess because I was there when Hateno was injured. Hateno was trying to grab something at that time. The wire was installed along the way to serve as the bait for it. Then the wire must have been installed as soon as the object was placed. I don't know, some lawyer thing, Hibari. And that object wasn't there, at least until that point. So when was the wire installed? After the investigation began. When the wire was installed, it was probably immediately after starting the investigation. At least I believe so. Is there good reason for that opinion? The wire is not visible, so the exact installation time of the wire itself is unknown, but by other elements, it can be inferred. Actually, Hateno wasn't just hurt. When she was injured, I know I was right next to them, but Hateno was injured by the wire while approaching to find and investigate some kind of object, and she got caught in the trap. Hateno, do you remember? Perhaps. Are you referring to the burnt flashlight? Yeah. There was no such thing in the... Wait a minute. How did she know it was a burnt flashlight? How did she know it was a burnt flashlight? We didn't discover what it was until after she was already carted off. Yup. I think Neko got this. I've had her since the fucking beginning. I really have. There was no such thing in the corner when I found the body with everyone in the power room, but it was there after the investigation started.
In other words, the killer used the flashlight as bait to induce someone to get caught in the wire trap? If so...
They set the flashlight and installed the wire at the same time, immediately after the investigation began as the approximate time to install it. Yeah, it's right after the start of the investigation, right? The wire was installed shortly after the investigation began. Yamaguchi. It's strange. This is weird. Weird. Is it not weird?
Ew, why the sudden yelling?
Everyone open your eyes and listen. If Tyra's the culprit, it means Tyra installed the wire right after the investigation started. But that's impossible. Why do you ask? It's because Tyra was with me!
You were with Tyra. Surely... Then there was a relationship?
Can you stop that? Don't put a joke like that at a time like this.
Huh? Does that mean...
I know this exactly because Tyra was in the same place I was. We didn't do anything.
What? How can you say you didn't do anything so proudly?
What I mean is, I was going to do some investigation, but I seldom made progress, so Anyway, it's not important. It's Tyra's story. I swear to you, Tyra's been stuck in one spot ever since everyone gathered to the power room until the trial announcement came out. What? Is that for real? Oh god, not the clown! Everybody stop simping for the fucking clown. No, Wing It, no! Clown is not... The clown is an awful creature. It is not mommy. It is a teenager. Y'all need to knock it the fuck off. The fuck is wrong with you? Hibari! Hibari! They're teenagers. Teenagers. High school students. The fuck is wrong with you, chat? Neko is glaring at you disapprovingly. You've angered the Neko. Anywho, let's move on. What? Is that for real? Apart from anything else, there was only one spot that was inefficient even if you did a little investigation. I want to hear why. Why didn't you mention this, Tyra? Well, it was shocking that Kazuna died. Did any of us do that? Even so, everyone participated in the investigation, but that is not a reason.
It doesn't really matter. What's important than that now? Tyra didn't do anything at the time of the investigation. Meaning, she couldn't install the wire, right?
Yeah, that's why I said it's weird.
Then Tyra's not the killer? I mean, I've been trying to say that from the very beginning. But what's called a maid? Are we wrong with that interpretation? It's not just that. Tyra lied. She's still suspect no matter how we continue. But when that happens, you can't explain the wire trap.
What's going on? I can't think. My head'll be weird if this gets twisted anymore. Can't we stop this already? It will?
If you want to die, I won't stop you. It's definitely weird. Apart from being simply contradictory logically, it's playing itself separately, as if several incidents seem to be a gathering event. Why? What's missing? It's as if the contradictions don't stop to conclude that Tyra is the culprit, but there doesn't seem to be any different direction in the case. What is the truth of this case? If Tyra isn't the culprit, what we've been doing so far for, you mean it was all good for nothing? But if that's the case, then who is the culprit? Who do we vote for?
I can't keep going. We keep hitting dead ends. Even in the midst of this, Ateno's leg injury must be getting worse.
Well, I'll say this. Other than Tyra, is there not another suspicious person?
Who is that?
Kurokawa.
What? Why Kurokawa?
Well, I don't understand it because of the dying message and the wire install, but Kurokawa suddenly disappeared during the investigation. Isn't she suspicious to anyone?
Looking at it, the broadcast announcing the start of the class trial rang, but we gathered quite late and Monokuma brought her.
Didn't Kinjo mention this? He said that he had main suspects in mind. If Tyra, who's been attracting attention as a high-level suspect, is not the culprit, well, the other suspect, Kurokawa, who's the next most suspicious person, shouldn't it naturally be her?
Wait a second. It's true that Kurokawa was late, but what disappeared during the investigation was investigated by Kurokawa's own way. It was Kurokawa's discovery that the kitchen knife actually disappeared from the kitchen. But even if they were investigating, still, why arrive late? It was curious from the start of the trial. I want to know the reason of being late. Even if you are not the culprit.
Kurokawa, you're not a killer, right?
Please answer us. Don't be uneasy.
I'm not the culprit. The reason for being late, I can't tell you now. After the trial, I'll tell you why.
It was for a good reason. Isn't there no reason to hide it? Why can't you tell us? The more you hide it, the more suspicious it gets.
I'm sorry, but trust me, I'm not the killer.
Regardless of the reason, isn't it a little too much to say that Kurokawa is the culprit? She doesn't seem to have anything to do with the dying message. It would have been possible to install the wire, however.
But there's no other way. This is impossible, she is impossible, it's all possibilities again. Who's the killer? Even if it's a ghost, it's not impossible.
Huh! You really are fools without answers. Shouldn't you be aware of this? Huh? What do you mean? What? That's the truth of the case. I told you, didn't I? I said I wouldn't help you people, but once it's a trial with my life at stake, if there's no answer, I'll solve it. So in other words, you idiots with no answer to the extent that I have to come out like this. Damn it, Makaru's destroying us! Makaru's attitude is sarcastic, but I think she knows something. Makaru may give us a clue about the situation that we cannot overcome alone. When you look at the goals for your reasoning, I can see how hard your brains are. To put it simply, you're fools who try to solve the same solution without thinking of any other method when no other problem was solved. Thank you for your kind summary description, but you, what do you know yourself? If the same method doesn't work, you should know to challenge it using a new method. Understood, child? But what do you mean by a new method? Means throwing away stereotypes. Oh my. When it's so quiet, you finally open your mouth, Seiko Police. It's not a problem if the best young police officer in Japan gets slower answers than a professor. Doesn't matter. I'll tell you it's all a competition for you. Let's just say it's not. There's nothing to be gained from this charade.
There's something sparkling between you two.
A blossoming romance? Ooh.
What's that mean? Stereotypes? To throw it away? Did you both find out something?
I'll apologize first. When the trial happened, I was about to be overthrown by the killer because of a misinterpretation in the case.
but I deserved it.
Oh, what did you deserve, dude? What have you done, Kinjo?
I was guessing to some extent, but I didn't think the case would be so twisted.
It was twisted.
It's natural to say you guys made it public. The case is simple. There's a criminal and the criminal killed the victim. If you tried to solve it, there will be contradictions.
Then wait a minute. Then this isn't a murder case?
No, it's a murder. Clearly malevolent, but do you recall what I mentioned earlier? An ordinary murder case would be difficult to solve if you think of it as a simple step-by-step scenario. While investigating before the trial, I guessed the outline frame, but at that point, I couldn't confirm this either. However, as the trial progressed, Tyra's reactions and the dire message being solved, the truth was reached. To be precise, the riddle that's been solved so far was one that derived from a clue. But, what's the truth about it? To put it simply, the crime's not a case where there's one culprit and one victim being mentioned.
What now? Not one culprit, not one victim. You mean there was an accomplice?
But didn't Monokuma say that accomplices had no advantage?
No, it's a bit ambiguous to call it an accomplice. What's certain is that a third party other than the criminal was clearly involved.
A third party? Who was it?
You, Akane. Eh?
Tyra was the third party. Is that different from a culprit or accomplice?
For starters, I'd like to see it like that. As you guys said, if you're a criminal, you have to install the wire trap, but Tyra herself couldn't afford it because of Yamaguchi. He also saw Tyra stand still during that time.
Then Akane no longer needs to be questioned, right?
No, wait. I'm really sorry, but I still don't get it. If Tyra isn't the culprit, I don't know why the dying message points to the maid.
You know, I don't get why it points to her either. I don't.
And she even lied to us.
That's why I told you, Tyra's a third party in the case.
What?
Dude, this guy's so stupid. It's not a culprit. It's different from an accomplice. But it's obviously a third party who is heavily involved in the case. Okay. And maybe she's not even aware of it. The woman's personality is showing her heart on her face. It's proof that the maid lied and wrote the dying message, lying to everyone here. Oh?
Seems by your facial expressions you don't understand it.
Yeah, I don't understand what you guys are going on about either.
Okay, before discussing the real criminal, let's begin with a question about it.
Yes, sounds like a great plan. Tyra isn't just a suspect, she's a third party.
I'm not sure what that means.
According to your reasoning, at first glance, Akane looks like the culprit. But for Akane to put the wire trap is not possible. There's a contradiction. In fact, it's okay to say that your reasoning in return is the correct answer. A rookie mistake. Someone clean up this mess. In the first place, being a third party, doesn't that mean there is a third person besides the criminal and the victim? 3 or more people were involved in the crime. Is there any evidence to prove this? Kinjo said Tyra wasn't the culprit of this case, but a third party. Kinjo wouldn't say that for no reason. It's true Tyra was suspicious. If Tyra were a third party, it means 3 people were involved in the case, including the killer and victim. What clue did Kinjo notice that 3 people were involved? I agree, Keaton, it's probably the note. You have added the flashlight, yeah. It's definitely the flashlight. The note's a good point, but it's the flashlight. No. Uehara, wait. There was evidence of 3 people involved in the crime.
What would that be?
A flashlight, of course. There was one more flashlight. What do you mean there was one more? Hateno, that flashlight you were trying to pick up.
Oh, that's why Hateno injured her leg on the wire. The flashlight, right? But what does it mean when you say there was one more?
Think there was some people who haven't seen it, so let me tell you. In the switchium, there were 2 broken flashlights. By the way, Maida. Other than those 2, the 3rd flashlight. On the day the 2nd floor was open, everyone saw it while investigating, right? It's a dark place where the switch doesn't light up. Without a flashlight, nothing's visible. The fact that Tamori died, there would have been something to do with the switchium, and in that case, she must have brought a flashlight. So, one of the 3 flashlights would have been the one that Tamori brought. And if you don't see anything, murder's not possible. It means that the culprit killed Tamori inside the switchium, and the culprit also took a flashlight, so the 2nd flashlight was brought by the killer.
Huh? Hey, wait a minute! Who's the owner of the 3rd flashlight?
That's right. Maida explained it very well. The switchium's not a known place, and there's nothing visible, so naturally you expect to carry a flashlight in order to go there. Even if I went, I'd need my flashlight back once I'm done with my business. There's no reason to leave it behind. Wasn't this the aftermath of a struggle between the criminal and Tamori? One moment. Isn't that just by reasoning alone? Unless there's a 0% chance that someone forgot it and left it in the past, it wouldn't be clear. No. Uehara, there's evidence that all 3 flashlights are involved in the incident. As Kinjo said, 2 flashlights were broken, and the other, the last one, it was burned. Correct. If it's a flashlight before it got caught in the fire, that's a flashlight that was on the scene. Now you realize, is there a fool who still doesn't understand? According to your inference, the fact that the case involved 3 people was the articulate basis of this case.
I had no idea.
You must not have known. Probably the killer tried to use Tyra.
Really? What does that mean?
We come this far, so I wonder if it's okay to reveal it. I called Tyra a third party. This doesn't mean that you simply witnessed to help the killer. What is it then? How Tyra was involved in this incident? By the time everyone might have noticed. Not the culprit, but the executioner. Is it appropriate to call it like that? What?
What's an executioner? No way that fits Tyra stabbing Tamori. I guess she didn't even do it?
Hello, Bacon. That's right. There's a criminal who killed a breath with his critical hit, but it was probably Tyra who made Tamori moribund? What?
That's a lie. Tyra did. Kenjo, wait a minute.
Don't you know what I'm talking about? Akane, you're also a criminal who attempted murder, you bloody bitch.
What? Now, wait a second. What is this so suddenly? Is Tyra the executioner?
What's wrong, Kobashikawa? You said you couldn't admit that Tyra wasn't the culprit.
Hello, James the NPC. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. No, but rather than being able to admit it, why did Tyra...
Yeah, I don't know what it means that there is another criminal who inflicted a critical hit, even though she was an executioner in the first place. And I can't believe that Akane did this. If you dishonor Akane without a compelling reason, I cannot forgive you.
That's right. Tyra would never do something like that.
It's starting again. Didn't people say that they can't know them just by looking at them? All you think Tane Kyra is not one to do that. After all, you just don't know a thing about her.
But why don't you tell me why Tyra would stab Tamori to the verge of death?
How'd it happen? You've already let that go, didn't you? We'd let her go. You don't mean? Yes. The evidence that Tyra Akane personally injured Tamori Kazuna is exactly what you suspect. A dying message pointing to the maid. Tane Akane's suspicious lie. But why wasn't she the culprit of the direct murder? And that was also solved by you. Simple, isn't it? The woman didn't have time to install the wire. Was it really like, what? Everyone looks like you can't understand. Sorry, but besides this, there's evidence that Tyra Akane committed a murder attempt.
Well, is there any other evidence?
No, Kinjo is right. There's evidence I can only think of. Maida even knew. Why? I'd love to think that, but as Kinjo says, it's all true. I knew it too. If you look at the scene of the incident, there were traces of others who couldn't exist. That trace was probably left by Tyra. According to the images in my memory, there's one definitive clue. From now on, spot selection would start. Yeah, let's, Images or photos in your memory will begin to appear. Look for the places that contain the answer to the current topic. The method is simple. A photo or picture that fits the current topic will appear. The minigame is pointing a place where you can find the answer. Okay. Should be pretty easy. Ah. Oh, it's not here. Okay, let's think again. According to our reasoning earlier, the killer set up the fire to make it look like they went out the window. If that's the case, the traces left behind in that place contradict the original intention of the killer. The traces in that place must have been left by Tyra, who didn't know the killer's intentions. You do? Yeah, Keaton, I still kind of think that too.
これだよ。
Remember what we discussed earlier about why the killer started the fire?
The fire was used to heat the glass window and break it remotely, and make us think the killer was inside the switchium and smash the glass to escape, right?
Yeah, and in fact, we almost got caught in that trap and confused our reasoning. Now we were talking about why Tyra was involved in the case. Think carefully. If the killer's purpose was to make us think they broke the glass, why is there a blood spot at the entrance? I have a while to go. Oh boy. Bloodstain at the entrance? Is that so? A bloodstain like walking out of the switchium. There's evidence from a third party that's different from the criminal's intentions.
Was that from a struggle? Maybe it's just Tamori's blood.
Tamori went out of the switchium while bleeding. The power room outside should have been filled with blood spots, don't you think so? Does that mean the blood spot was after coming out of the switchium because it was dark then? There were 2 broken flashlights inside the switchium. If it were broken during a struggle, you wouldn't know that the blood would spatter in the dark after you stabbed Tamori. Well, then the blood had traces come from Akane.
Wait a minute. After the killer attacked Tamori, they could have set off after the fire walking out towards the entrance without knowing that there was blood on it, right? In this way, there's no room for Tyra to intervene.
Inori, I'm sorry, but that's also impossible. The one who killed Tamori by killing her definitively probably didn't splash a drop of blood on their body. Because the real killer used that tool to prevent the blood from bleeding right before they stabbed Tamori. More fish heads? Jeez. That tool was...
これだよ。
Actually, there was a piece of cloth covered in blood in the corner of the switchium. Ugh, bloody. This is... Right. Anyone planning a murder must be concerned about bleeding. Probably. They used it on Tamori, without a drop of blood on your own body. If the real culprit uses it and murders Tamori, there's no reason for a blood smear at the entrance. Why is the blood pink? Because that's just the Danganronpa style. Then she really... Are you saying Akane stabbed Tamori? I can't believe it. Why did Tyra do that? Tyra, no matter what you did in the end, there's a separate real criminal who directly killed Tamori other than you. You're not treated as a real criminal in this trial. If you admit to the crime, you won't be executed. So tell me with your own mouth, did you really do it? And why?
I'm sorry.
Sorry? Are you sorry? Then it's really true?
You guys are right. I'm the one. I stabbed Kazuna. I stabbed Kazuna.
What? I'm not particularly sympathetic, but I'm curious. Why did you do it?
Kazuna. No. Tamori Kazuna. Because she was a human being who had no choice but to die. What are you talking about? It was Tyra herself that most defended Tamori, didn't you?
I'm sorry. It's just in case I was found out. I just made an excuse and got scared.
That must have been it. Actually, you seem to believe you were the real culprit.
Well, I want you to believe this. I never decided to kill and stab Kazuna-chan.
What does that mean? You didn't stab with murder intention, but after that remark, you seemed to despise Tamori.
Well, I'll tell you what happened. Let me give you an explanation. I'm not sure about Makaru and Orihara know this, but the day after the motives came out, we all went to persuade Kazuna-chan. Actually, Kazuna was also in loneliness, and she tried to convince herself because she knew deep down. I finally opened my heart to her, and we hugged, and I finally thought we became friends, truly. But that evening, Kazuna had something to talk about. She called me to the switchium, so I took a flashlight and went there. Kazuna, you here?
Alright, here, Tyra.
Kazuna, I know you wanted to talk about something. Why in such a dark place?
Yeah, no one's coming here, right?
Oh, no, I don't think so. What'd you want to talk about?
Yeah, that's right. I'm too scared now.
What? Scared? Why?
You know, the motives given by Monokuma, remember? Our secrets are written in there. It seems like you all threw it away, but I got no clue whose I stumbled upon in the trash. Someone's secret. Do you want to see? First, look at the contents.
What is this? Yuki Maeda may actually know the identity of the mastermind.
What? Huh? Maid, is that true?
No, I'm just a normal student.
You're not lying, right? You're not actually playing with us while you know about them, do you?
Stop it. Now is not the time to reproach each other.
Yeah, the message is surprising, but it is urgent we hear Tyra's testimony. Tyra, resume at once.
Okay.
I can't trust Yukon as long as I see that. It's not just that. Knowing the mastermind, they might play with, use, and try to kill us later.
No, Maeda wouldn't do that.
False. You don't know people just by looking at them. Mitsuhiro did the same thing. Remember?
And then what do you want to do? Even if you tell the others?
No, that's not the case.
Then
we can kill him with our own hands.
What?
Oh dear. The reason I called you is actually this. Aren't you close to him? Wouldn't you be able to take him out?
You know what you're talking about?
Listen, I have a good idea. If you can only help me. Otherwise, how can I kill him without being noticed by someone? First of all, I brought the preparations, the fuse, the lighter, and finally there's a knife. Once you pick up Yuki, I'll call him somewhere, I'll stab him with a knife.
I'm not talking about that. I asked if you were serious. If you kill, you'll die in a trial.
That's when the killer is stupidly caught. Did you forget that the only way to get out from here is to murder someone? So first, help me. If my murder's successful, I'll help you. What do you think? Let's get out together.
Are you crazy? Why do I want to murder?
What? Don't you want to get out of here?
I want to go out, but doing that at the expense of another's life?
That's it then. I'm the only one who wants to go outside more than anyone here. I'm not a human being who will rot in this place. Why should I? A bright future awaits me once I get out of this place. Actually, I got everything ready after those 2 days from the previous class trial. I also brought these tools early today. I'm gonna kill this traitor. Wouldn't be less guilty to kill a bad guy, right? You better think and join me here.
What are you saying? Being prepared for a murder since the second day? Then you didn't open up to us.
Huh? Oh my god, this stupid bitch. Of course I was acting. Do you think I'm gonna go and fall for that crappy event?
I can't.
Alright, so you just do what I tell you to do. Know that you were lucky I chose you. Please bring Yuki here by tomorrow morning.
No, I hate it. Why should I help murder? I can't believe that Maida is such an evil person. That's obviously Monokuma's lie. Anyway, I'm not gonna help you. And Kazuna, please wake up and don't do this. If you're with us, I'm sure we can find a way.
Okay.
What?
Well, I didn't expect you to cooperate from the start with the murder, because you didn't. I have to change the target as planned.
What do you...
Uh-huh.
Hey, Kazuna.
You dodged it.
Why are you doing this? Kazuna.
Why are you asking? I'm trying to kill you.
Kazuna.
You already knew I was gonna kill, remember? I can't keep you alive. It's a pity that you can't kill Yuki, but it doesn't matter if I can't get out of here.
Yeah, someone save me.
Is that true? Tamori tried to kill Akane first. So, even before the motives came out, she just made up her mind to kill someone? And all the appearances she showed us were an act?
Yeah, Tamori Kazuna was that kind of person.
So, you felt in danger of your own life and attacked Tamori in self-defense.
Oh no, that's not right. Listen, I didn't really intend to stab Tamori in self-defense or anything of the sort. Then why did you?
Tamori ran to kill you. What happened after that?
I noticed that she's serious, and I was too scared. I tried to run for it. Then I was pushed down by Kazuna and fell over. I tried to resist somehow, and the flashlights we were holding broke each other.
That was when the two broken flashlights were broken in the switch-in.
I couldn't say anything because the flashlight broken. I was right next to Kazuna with the knife. I was really scared and tried to resist with my whole body. Honestly, I think it was pure luck I didn't get hit by the knife. By the way, suddenly she became real quiet at one point, and that's when I took my chance to get out of the switch-in.
You got out?
Okay, so you stabbed Tamori Kazuna while resisting without knowing it.
When I looked at my hands in a bright place, I saw a lot of blood. Lots of red on my clothes. I got in a panic, didn't look behind me. Got out of the power room and ran to the bathroom.
You're gonna go, bye, James. You feel like this could have been solved if Akane said something about this? Yeah.
To wipe the blood.
So that's what happened.
I was wiping it with water till the smell of blood was washed away. But then the announcement came out. I thought Kazuna was the one whom I stabbed, was found, so my vision became white. After that, when I went to the power room, there was a fire for some reason. The switch-in was all messed up.
Other than yourself, there was someone else who touched the scene of the crime. Did you think it was you who killed her?
That's not it. What happened was...
That's how the events are connected.
This is all I know about the case. I never meant to stab Kazuna with evil intentions.
Whatever the reason, good or bad, once you look at the results, the entire Akane stabbed Tamura Kazuna, it's a fact. You can't change it. It's meaning for whatever reason you might say.
But you said I wasn't the culprit.
You just stabbed her, like I said. There's another killer who caused the fire and the final blow. If the trial settles safely, it'll be the real criminal, not you, who's gonna be executed. Your sins will be laid aside after the trial's over. Don't think it'll just go over it.
No, wait a second. It was still an accident, wasn't it? Besides, if Tamori hadn't been stabbed, then Tyra would have died.
That's right. Don't be too forceful with them. Tyra herself is more distressed than anyone here.
I'm sorry. Second to the fact it was a crime of forced assault, the trial isn't over yet, right? Now that we know the case, we need to find the true culprit. So let's not get excited just yet, children.
Fine, let's talk about this later, because the trial's the most important thing right now.
Akane, don't blame yourself too much. Because in the end, you survived. For the most part, I think it's the best outcome that Akane lived. Isn't it important to be alive?
May. Thank you.
Now then, let's organize the case based on Tyra's words. Tamori tried to plan a killing a few days ago, called in Tyra to the Switchium to plan a crime, and tried to kill Tyra in the process. But her plan failed. She died. This is the whole story of the case.
Hey, you stay still. There's a bit of mental ferocity in there.
Now then, let's do a little summary. First, the number of people involved in the case are 3. One's the victim, Kazuna Tamori. The next is the criminal, who's not been identified yet. And the last one's the third party, Tyra Akane. Tamori, who wanted to leave here as soon as possible, planned out a murder. But even the motives came out. Before even the motives came out, her rebellion was just an excuse for Tamori. And for the first time, she attempted to make Tyra join forces on this crime.
If Tamori worked with someone, it would have been easy for her to escape. But Tyra refused. As expected, she tried to get rid of Tyra, the one who heard her plan, and leave no traces behind.
However, the attack missed, and in return there was an accident where the knife ended up stabbing Tamori while tangled up in the dark.
Tyra was surprised that she stabbed her, and then she ran to the bathroom. When she heard the announcement that the body was found, she went back to the power room, and things like the fire that she hadn't even done. So Akane was confused at that time.
So then, in the end, the killer made use of Tyra's talent to put the blame on her, in order to make us vote for her?
Yeah. There were 3 people involved in the case. It was so complicated as it is. By the way, no matter what happened this far, this would mean that she's not the culprit of the case, right? But then, who's the real culprit? The true culprit's identity.
Iranami, what is it? Did you figure out something? Nope. Just amazing that Kurakawa is very active in participating in the conversation.
Are you serious?
I have to say, there were already hints about the real culprit.
One. Who is it?
Really? Who is it? In general, there's no one who does not have a noticeable alibi other than Tyra. In other words, it's possible for anyone to commit the crime. However, there's only one of us who has led all the situations to their advantage. Yes, and very precisely, may I add. Is there someone like that? Who on earth?
Surely it's not Tyra.
There's someone who's taken advantage of the circumstances of the case with
too ridiculous timing that it could simply be a coincidence at first glance. Think about it. The fire was not caused by Tyra, then obviously the real culprit set the fire. But don't you think there's something amiss? When you leave a fire, the corpse would need to be burned, and you don't know when it could be found. But Hateno actually found it. Yeah, Hateno found it. Well, if that's the case, the wire matters too. Even if you install a wire trap as bait for a burnt flashlight in the corner, there's a possibility no one will find it and it could just end up there, right? But it didn't because... Isn't something a little weird? Ha! What does the sight in between the fire and the wire have in common? If you think about it, you'll see the answer. The person who led all the situations to their own advantage. The person who led the case so they could solve it on their own accord. The only person in doubt. They're strong enough to instigate most of the incident. The first time they noticed the fire and the wire trap? No. Why? I have to stop thinking about that. The main thing is that they did this job. Okay. If you don't find the truth, then we'll all die. Ha! Ha! I knew it!
犯人は君だ。
As Kinjo says, there was only one person, only one someone who could move the situation to their advantage. That person is Hateno. You. What? Boba! Classic boba for Blazing Wolf. Yummy, 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 yummy. Now what are you? Beta, did you get tired? It's clearly bitch, right? Why was this advantageous to them? Or advantageous to them? So, the body didn't get burnt because, Hateno brought them there. The wire trap got activated because Hateno walked into it. Like, she was clearly leading the whole investigation. It's almost a case of hero syndrome. The culprit was the one who hurt Hateno's leg. But what if Hateno's the culprit? She was aiming her own leg? Nonsense. It would be more reliable to say I'm the one crazy. That is quite true. Please don't mess with me, Maida. No matter what, Ayame being the culprit is. That's right. Kinjo, don't stand still and say something. Maida seems to be losing it now. No, that incompetent made a very precise reasoning, don't you agree? The culprit is Ayame Hateno. She must be. I'm not exactly denying it, but I don't have a clear picture. Can you at least clarify why you believe so? Because of a few reasons, Hateno's suspect. The true culprit of the case is not strange to anyone. The reason's because Tyra pulled the ceremony of the incident, and the killer was only a light maneuverer in the scene. All of our alibis were also in the dark, and there was a contradiction no matter who you put as the killer. However, that's why Hateno's actions and behavior was even more unnatural. What are you talking about? Killer made an alibi trick by building a fire and finishing Tomori herself, in which Tyra couldn't. Until here, everyone understands, right? Then here, who was the first to discover the fire? What do you think?
That was Hateno.
There's no way to call someone culprit with just that. You shut up, secondhand killer. It's not just that. Even though the corpse was found, the killer installed a wire trap as if aiming at someone. And who was the person who discovered it first? That was also Hateno too.
Let us think. At best, she made an alibi trick. If someone else finds it first, there will be too many dangerous variables. But if you set a fire, you can create the best situation you want. Are you referring to the situation where the criminal himself is putting off the fire with other people? That's right, because the original purpose of the killer's fire was to break the glass and heat it, to make someone think a person escaped. If the killer was with other people in that situation, they'd have their own alibi. It's a crappy trick, so I didn't even think about it from the beginning.
In addition, Atena would have had enough time to install the wire. Listening to Tyra's story, Tamori brought all the tools. You can use them in the arms of the dead Tamori.
Lynn, no, but Ame. Well, there must be something wrong with that. I mean, it could be a coincidence. Ateno's the culprit, just like that?
Why is the person who was picked up being silent, but the others are noisy? Why are you being quiet? Are you exercising your right to remain silent? Do you think this is a joke? It's just so absurd that you've left me speechless. I'm still standing here and I'm being treated as a criminal.
I mean, it isn't funny. You can't be the culprit.
Anything to object to that?
Of course, you don't seem to realize it yet. I'll tell you why I can't be the killer.
Why can't she be the culprit?
Okay, looks like you guys are missing one thing in particular. Tamori's time of death. Do you remember it? Time of death. Was it not specified in the Monokuma file?
Ah, correct. 9:30, it said it was around that time, right?
Isn't that weird? Yeah, around 9:30 I was putting out the fire with Kinjo and the others.
Actually, that's true.
So what happened?
Tamori might have told someone to meet at 9:30, and she was stabbed in surprise. At that time, she was still dead. I didn't see anyone. I can't be the culprit. If Tamori's death was definitely 9:30, then Hateno has an alibi. But there's something so unnatural about it. If Tamori really died at that time, the crime would be impossible for anyone. Even so, the Monokuma file doesn't tell lies. Then let's think of the arrangement she reminds me of. What's been said before. If I think about her words, the secret behind Tamori's unnatural time of death will also be solved. What? Oh, Oh, I think I know where it's actually at. Okay. Ad break starting in a minute. Switch side. Was that not it? Patano definitely has an alibi. There's something so unnatural about it. If she really died at that time, the crime would be unnatural for anyone. The Monokuma file doesn't tell lies. Let's think of... Oh, he reminds me of what's been said. That's not it either. I honestly, this one is like, If Tamori's death was definitely at 9:30, Atano has an alibi. There's something unnatural about it. If Tamori really died at the time, the crime would be impossible for anyone. Maybe the fuse took a while to ignite? Maybe. Damn it. I don't know this one. Oh boy. Pepperonis. Yeah. Here we go. Oh my god. This is so far back. It's so far away. Yeah, current my ass. This is rough. Oh, I accidentally clicked here. Whoops. So much dialogue. So much dialogue. Oh shit. You do wish the fan game cut down on the listen. It's a Dangan game. There's gonna be a shit ton of have so lucky need it. I feel like I need it. It was. It's much further back than I thought it was. Yeah. And like there's no real way to save it, so even why am I still no. There's like no real way to save it either, so even if I wanted to like there's no way. Like I can push F1, that doesn't do anything. I can push escape, that just advances the thing. There's no actual way to like get into the menu. So there's no way to save it either. Keaton Fox with that strawberry slash, that looks super tasty. Oh boy. You have a blister? Okay, you have a blister on your foot. Oh boy. Okay, here's the part where we... Okay. I think I do know what it is, though. Like, now that I've been, like, sitting here thinking about it. She couldn't have been stabbed by surprise, because she bled for a while. You know what this feels like? Here we go. If I'm not mistaken, this, and I think I figured this out. It should be this. Okay. This one.
それは違うよ
Oh, why didn't that come naturally to me last time? I don't fucking know. Yay! Hateno, is that really so? 1. Is this your opinion, Hateno? Because the time of death is 9:30 p.m. The culprit killed Tamori by stabbing Tamori at 9:30 p.m.? Of course, Tamori's death is a stabbed neck as a reminder. It must have been an instant death at the moment. But that's not the case. Uh-huh. Even if you argue that Hateno's words are true at first glance after putting some consideration into the circumstances, at that time, the killer was not already inside the switchium. Maida's right. You have no choice but to. This is a problem you solved earlier, right? From the time until the fire started to ignite, Tamori must have been stabbed by her knife. Otherwise, the alibi trick of breaking a window remotely would be meaningless. It's late and everyone's tired. You're even running on fumes. Well, yeah, I suppose. But then what happened to Tamori's time of death? No matter how much you think about it, Tamori's death at 9:30, it makes no sense. Everyone listen carefully. From here on out, the reasoning behind this is a little mixed meaning. Perhaps Tamori, before Hateno discovered the fire, it may have already been around 9 o'clock with a knife in her neck. What? Super grotesque. That's far-fetched, Maida. Are you really thinking about it? Are you able to prove that a human being can live for 30 minutes with a throat pierced? I don't really believe it either. But I'm not saying this for no reason. There's evidence that Tamori survived for that long. The first thing I came to think of this was because of Inori. Thanks a lot.
Me?
That was when Inori was investigating, wasn't it? Remember what you said to me after examining Tamori's body?
What should I say? It's a terrible amount of bleeding. Humans die of excessive bleeding when about a third of the blood volume flows out, but this is not about a third, as you can see. It's amazing that even this amount of blood would come out. The wound on the neck is definitely fatal, but it should have coagulated to some extent, and the amount of bleeding should have gradually decreased after the heart stops beating. That means, are you saying something else produced the mass bleeding? No, I can't confirm this with my own opinion. It is rare, but if your blood pressure is strong, then the amount of bleeding increases. That much I know for sure. To put it simply, there are individual differences. Well, having a lot of bleeding in here means it took quite a while before death. Thanks to this, Tamori must have died in very terrible pain.
You need to keep watching. You need to see the end. Yeah. I need to see the end of this too. Think about it. At around 9:30, Tamori had just a stab by a knife in her neck. If she died when we found it, the blood would have not been spread out. Of course, when we discovered it, there was still a little bleeding, but most of this started to harden, and it's unnatural to say that such a deep liquid had been flowing after 9:30. That makes sense, but... Maida, did you forget? Tamori's wound is not just the neck. Could it have flowed out of a stomach wound? Of course it's possible, but there's another proof that says she's been alive for a long time after being stabbed in the neck. If Tamori died as soon as her throat was pierced, there was a sign that should never be there. Because Tamori knew who the real killer was. who killed them other than Tyra. Such a marker was written by them. Oh, okay. The dying message modification. The reason's because of the dying message.
Dying message? Didn't that story end earlier, pointing out to the maid word?
Yeah, but when I came back to it, I could see something I didn't see before. There was a big X after the word. Maid. The meaning is correct, as we guessed before, not the maid. Come to think of it, was it written by Tamori? I thought Tyra wrote it as a self-act. It was the reason we found in the dying message.
I mentioned this before, but after seeing the blood, I just went to the bathroom right away. I couldn't afford to think about that.
Yeah, it's not Tyra. It's likely the former idea. Tamori wrote the word maid in her own blood to let us know. If that's the case, then why is there an X next to it? It wasn't the criminal's own doing, but the reason the victim herself adds an X and writes not the maid. Ah, I see. She tried to correct the dying message, and she wrote maid because there was another person who stabbed her neck while she was writing the letters. Yeah, if Tamori died immediately as soon as her throat was cut, there wouldn't be a correction of the dying message, as she would have been left out of strength to muster. But even after being stabbed in the neck, her will was still living as much as being able to correct the message with all of her strength, while holding the knife on her throat. How Tamori had a cut throat and was alive, that much I don't know. But the things I said now prove that Tamori was still alive under these conditions. Therefore, even if Tamori's time of death was 9:30, there's no evidence you can say that you were incapable of committing this crime.
It can't be. This is a lie. Really? This is such a ridiculous story about being alive with a stabbed neck. May, please say something. It's hard to believe, but humans are creatures that sometimes achieve phenomena beyond... It even happens sometimes in terror scenes. Nothing strange at all.
What? Then, Hateno, are you really the culprit?
I don't know why Hateno did this. If my reasoning was wrong, it would be really weird, but there are many situations. The more I think Hateno's the culprit, the more it fits. Hateno, let me hear it from your own voice. The truth. Oh, here we go.
Wait, I can't tolerate that Hateno's the culprit. It's unacceptable.
Inori, I know it's hard to believe. I can't believe it either. So if you look at Hateno's actions, you can only say that it goes so suspicious, that everything goes in her favor.
She's not suspicious. There's a reason it wasn't suspicious. I'll let you know why Hateno isn't the culprit.
Real close, you ready? It's got to do with the injury, right? Okay. Do you really think so? Even if you target an unknown person, it's meaningless if it's not found. No matter how you use a flashlight as bait, finding one in that short time is weird too. doing. No point hurting your own body. Hateno's not the culprit. Okay, I think it's part in the first section. Is it really a coincidence that Hateno injured her leg? But if Hateno was the culprit, as Inori says, Hateno... What? Aside from reason, I'm sure the wire trap was only meant for Hateno and no one else. Yeah, me too. The evidence is the one Inori herself told me. Consider this situation where the wire trap hurt. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. Inori, I'm sorry, but there's another piece of evidence that Hateno's the culprit. Inori's argument is clear. The culprit wouldn't hurt themselves, right? How extreme. Yeah. Two hearts in a dream, for real, though.
Of course, isn't it? If you're the killer, you're not supposed to aim at yourself.
What if it was calculated to induce that thought?
What? What are you talking about, Maida? Surely you don't mean...
If you're a criminal, you can never hurt yourself. What if you were doing a self-play to deliberately draw out that thought? Otherwise, there's no gain for a killer to install the wire. They ended up murdering and finished a process, but after that, when they installed a wire and aimed at someone, it only adds suspicion. There's no benefit from it for the killer.
Something... Maybe there's a reason to be put there, isn't there? That's right. I'm sure there is. That's why Ayame is not the culprit, and...
That's not the only thing. Even if the killer had some reason, they installed wires to target someone. Even so, how exactly do you intend to cut the leg of the tendon? Our stride length and calf size are all different sizes.
That's... Hey, cutting the tendon may not have been on the purpose. Ayame suffered a fatal injury because of bad luck. If that's the case, I wouldn't install the wire. You don't need to use wires while holding at risk of your future. Then, I was aiming at Ayame-chan from the start, so I installed the wire exactly in the position of Ayame's tendon.
How do you know that? It's difficult to know the position of a tendon without prior knowledge. Will you install it while calculating the trap to trip over? The only one of us who has that knowledge is Inori. Her own legs at the same time. Who knows more about the muscle of athletes than Hateno herself?
That... she can't be.
Inori, Hateno was never caught in a trap because of bad luck. Because she was caught in a trap she installed, she was able to produce such a perfect tendon cutting accident. Oh, that was pretty good. It's really her. Why did Hateno...
Well, I'm the one who saw Hateno's wound. I can't believe that she made a wound so full of evil intention. Ayame-chan could be the culprit. I'd rather be the culprit, even if I'm executed only for Ayame.
I can't believe it either. I wish it was all a lie. I wish it was all dreams. I wish my reasoning had been turned into a mess and wake up from this nightmare. Is this how everything ends up? You can see it like that. Overall, I have the same opinion as Maida, but I want to hear at least the confession from her mouth, because I have to make sure. Well, it's too late to argue at this point. Ayami Hateno, can I take your vote of silence as your affirmation of the crime and end this already? Wait, not Ayami. Can't be her. After all, it was me who stabbed Tamori. I'm the one who gets executed. I'd rather do that. Ayame's innocent. Akane doesn't have to be executed. Ayame? And, of course, not me either. Ayame. Gonna try a last act, huh? It's not that. I just want to survive with Akane and leave this place. That's it. Crime's already logical and there's nothing wrong. You think force will work? I'm not convinced. If I'm the culprit, you haven't proven it without a doubt yet. Isn't a trial supposed to be won after you convince the criminal to admit their defeat? Maybe. You fool! What are you going to do? Does anyone know any evidence to satisfy this killer who talks like that? It doesn't matter if I tell you, but wouldn't it be less fun?
What a slacker. It's a trial, and you have to take it seriously, I tell ya.
It's all over anyway. I have to play around while watching this futile struggle. But there's no mystery to solve anymore. What are you planning to do now? Even if you say that, Ayame's words assume what if. Ayame is not just saying they're the culprit. Nevertheless, it's hard. Okay, well, let's reorganize the case from the beginning. We may notice something we missed. Let's go ahead.
Go, where are we going? Stay still, you crazy big guy.
One more. The definitive proof to convince Hateno. I think there's something left. If Hateno is convinced by saying this, if she's convinced, how should I react? Yep. Yes, Mari, yes. Should I accept that? Even so, I have no choice but to do it as long as I've come to this point, and then show them the proof of her crime. A shooting game that offsets the accusation of the opponent. You can only present conclusive evidence so that no more excuses are made of. When the speech bubbles of the opponent's remark appear, move the crosshair and push the decision key to destroy it. If it's not destroyed, it damages the player and disappears after a certain amount of time. Hello, Zero to Hero Bolivia. Probably don't remember me. It's been like, I haven't seen you since last year. I've been streaming since last year. Hi, how are you? The desperation of people, yeah. The top of the bubble and icon, okay. Bullets have to be reloaded using the shift key. Destroy a speech bubble, reduce a little, the health is dropped, final blow. If you run out of speech power, you'll suffer HP. Oh, good. Great. Cool. How are you? What's the new mic brand and model? It's a, I'll put it in the Discord. Oh boy. Shit. Shit. Did I just die? Oh my god. Please. Okay. This is hard. It's 3:01 here currently. Jesus. No fucking way. Oh my god. Oh, thank God. Okay. You can't hurt yourself without being crazy. Left side. Cut. Left. Left side. Thigh tendon cut. There.
これが真実だ
Ugh. The bone on meat. On the meat bone. Meat on the bone. First, I want to ask Inori, just to be sure.
To me,
Of course. Where did Hiteno say she was injured?
her thigh. More precisely, the left side wide leg laceration caused by hamstring injury. Although,
Hey Mira, why are you asking for this all of a sudden, while dealing with me? Are you giving up after all? Inori, that hamstring refers to a muscle that's important to keeping the legs straight, right? Where exactly is the location of that muscle?
right, it's one of the 3 places that connects the hip with the leg. To put it simply, it's a muscle that's widely distributed in the back of the leg. That's it. But what's the explanation for? Hey, don't talk about anything that doesn't matter, Maida. Since I am May's innocent, there's no more room for refutation anymore.
No, this is important. Very important, in fact. Inori's words just had a decisive clue that Hiteno's the culprit. Everyone heard what Inori just said, right? Hiteno's injury is on the back muscle of the left thigh. Yeah, the back. Which is what I said 3 fucking hours ago. Why did Hiteno go forward to pick up a flashlight and the back of the thigh ended up hurt?
What?
Oh, it's true. I only cared that Hiteno was hurt. I didn't think it was suspicious, but it's weird when you think about it. She stumbled forward, but she got hurt in the back of her leg? That's...
Even if I fall back, my nose breaks, but I guess it doesn't matter now.
I can't think of any other reason but one. Hiteno, from the very beginning, of her own volition, was deliberately caught in the trap to inflict a wound as fatal as possible.
My God. Then it really means it was entirely self-inflicted? Really?
I don't know why you did that, but it may have been to pretend to be a victim and to get less suspicious is my guess.
That can't... No. There's gotta be a mistake. Hiteno?
I wish I was lying. Why? This is a choice. If you want to get out of the game, then just lie. Why don't we make a conclusion now? I wasted enough time and I'm getting tired of various factors, such as the vitality of a cockroach, of Taira Akane and Tamura Kazuna, although I believe it's all over now.
No. Something's wrong. Ayame wouldn't do this. I mean that. Ayame was never the type to kill. Person is drawn as a criminal, still there. Why are you upset? You just stay put.
Tyra, it's really hard to accept, but we have to accept the conclusions we've been drawn. Otherwise, nothing will end, and nothing will begin. Now then, finally, let's do a final summary of all the events thus far, so everyone can accept the answers we presented, so that everyone can choose. Okay. Yep. Z-space, okay. Okay. Fantastic. Time for the climax. I want to say that I was right. I was right. I was right. Ugh. This was a great chapter. Much better than chapter 1? Yes. Much better than chapter 1. Still a little on the predictable side, but... And yeah, it is indeed Gray Man. Give me 1 second. It did throw the maid twist. Yeah, no, that actually had me tripping for a hot minute. The start of the case begins after the first trial ends and the second floor opens. It was a late night on the second day after she got out. At this point, there was someone who stopped by the antique shop for a purpose. She got some tools from the antique shop. The tools they brought this time were a fuse, lighter, flashlight. Surprisingly, this person's identity was Tamori, who was also the victim of this incident. Now we know, but Tamori had been planning this murder for some time. Yeah, even before we shared our motives. All the tools she picked up earlier were tools that Tamori had procured in advance for use in a murder. As a result, she died, and the real culprit of this case was the one who used the tools that she had prepared. However, on the morning of the third day, Atori, who stopped by the antique shop every time, must have noticed that some items have already been missing. Sadly, he didn't tell us because he thought it was a simple mistake, and it would have created confusion. So without anyone knowing, Tamori's murder plan proceeded slowly. And then, Monokuma gave us the motive. Happy New Year to the people on the West Coast, yeah, right? As everyone knows, this motive was a note with our secrets. But it was a joke that nobody cared about. But only Tamori was different. Tamori thought she could use this as a motivational note, so she decided to add a step to her original plan. That's right, me. It was an operation to use the secret note of Yuki Maeda to capture Taira and join forces. Tamori told Taira to come to... That's not... What? Okay, they changed the name spelling, but sure. To come to the Switchium alone, and Taira headed to that place without any doubt. Taira may seem a little petty, but in fact, she wasn't actually swayed. Tamori expected this to happen, and after the second day onwards, by acting weak, she wanted to weaken our boundaries. The appearance of being lonely, the appearance of hesitation, the appearance of accepting us with tears. It was only fake scene to kill even a little more smoothly. That's the true nature of Tamori Kazuna. We were all fooled by Tamori. Taira at the time wasn't wary of her at all, so she went to the Dark Switchium. There, Tamori showed Taira a secret note and revealed a plan to kill me. Taira said that Tamori picked up a secret note that someone discarded from the trash can. It was written like this: Yuki Maeda may actually know the identity of the mastermind. Of course, this is not true, because I don't know who the mastermind is. But in order to kill me with that pretext, she needed Taira's help. Tamori tried to get Taira out like that. But Taira didn't follow Tamori's words. No matter what, murder shouldn't be done by anyone. When things didn't work out as intended, Tamori gradually began to reveal her nature. Once Taira refused, she couldn't let Taira leave. The one who had heard the murder plan. So instead, Tamori changed the target. The one who she expected to refuse her was decided to be killed in front of her. Tamori ran into Taira without warning, but luckily Taira avoided the first strike. Taira, panicked by Tamori's sudden attack, tried to run away, but she was pushed by Tamori and fell. When she tried to resist, Tamori swung a knife right in front of her nose. In the process, the flashlights that Taira and Tamori had were broken by the struggle, and the Switchium, which lost its only light, made it so they were struggling in the deep darkness. Several minutes continued during this fierce encounter, but at some point the struggling suddenly ended. I don't know why Tamori became quiet, but Taira, who was in danger of her life, decided to leave the Switchium because she wanted to get out of the situation. Happy 2025, Alex. It's actually like 3 in the morning for me. Super Jake, hi. Hello, Happy New Year. The first thing that Taira found out when she got out of the Dark Switchium in a bright spot was the intense color of blood. Taira only saw the blood on her body. Of course, it wasn't her own blood, and instinctively realized that she had stabbed Tamori in the middle of the struggle without even knowing herself. Taira, who was shocked in fear and horror in her head, went to the bathroom. She thought about washing the blood quickly from her. But looking at Taira like this, the culprit perhaps found out what she had done. It's not clear whether or not they saw Taira in person, but the killer must have found Tamori within that short time after Taira left the power room. If someone other than the culprit in this case discovered Tamori, they might have saved Tamori by calling an Ori, but the culprit in this case didn't have that thought in mind at all. In any case, the culprit who noticed the situation in the Switchium must have found Tamori in a dying state caused by Taira. Tamori tried to target Taira, but she was forced to act, as she did not die immediately. The reason for this can be found in the dying message she wrote. Tamori, realizing she was going to die, wrote on the floor with her own blood to let us know the identity of the killer who stabbed her. Not maid. In other words, to refer to the ultimate maid student, Taira. Well, she actually wrote maid at this point. The thought that passed by the killer's mind so far was not thinking of everyone to save Tamori. The thought of killing Tamori was that she couldn't breathe just so they would blame the wrong person. That's funny, Nautilus. For them, the killer committed a terrible act that was hard to think of as a human being. In order to give a certain final blow, they first pulled the knife stuck into Mori's stomach. It was already cruel enough to do this. However, they aimed the knife again at Tamori, just to put it back in her neck. In the process, the blood spurted out like a fountain, but the killer was wearing a piece of cloth about the size that could cover them. What show was that? Heroes, was it? Save the Cheerleader, Save the World? Something like that, right? I actually really liked that one. In contrast to Tyra, who stabbed Tamori in an accident and unintentionally, you can see that it was an extremely premeditated crime. That's how Tamori lost their strength to live. Tamori thought about killing, of course, and even tried to kill Tyra. Still, did she have to die so badly? Either way, the culprit who succeeded in killing Tamori through a fatal wound was now starting a backup operation. First, the killer installed the fuse, drawing a line around the walls of the switchium. I don't know where Tamori originally intended to use it, but they used the tools Tamori had. In the end, since she prepared the tools, the killer themselves couldn't be suspected of this act. In actuality, we had a pretty hard time figuring out who brought the tools because of this.
Alex!
The fuse was installed mainly on the glass window so as to not burn equipment as much as possible. And then it was lit with a lighter who was originally brought by Tamori. And the reason the glass was made to break automatically was because when the temperature inside the switchium becomes hot after a certain period of time using temperature difference between the indoors and outdoors, while the criminal themselves was with the others, if they heard the cracking sound as long as they made them think someone inside the switchium broke the glass, the killer had a perfect alibi. This was the unusual structure of the switchium, and the glass window was cleared. It was possible because of the characteristics of the room. But this trick wasn't that meticulous. No one noticed the fire when the fire was being made. It was a futile trick. So the killer put the plan into action. After completing the installation of the fuse, the criminal reported the fact of the fire with a loud voice, as if they were the fire discoverer. Some of the people who heard this sound came to the front of the switchium as the culprit intended. Those who heard the killer's voice at the time were Kinjo, Makaru, and Uehara, those three people. At this point, three people who had not yet known that a murder had occurred decided to extinguish the fires first without even dreaming that they were with the killer. No, even the killer came with a fire extinguisher from the hallway and started extinguishing the flames. But then, to us, to the killer, to anyone, something unimaginable happened. Tamori, who must have had her throat pierced with a kitchen knife, was still alive. It's strange enough to say it's a contradiction when you think about it, in general, but Tamori, the victim, was holding on to the thread-like lifeline. And Tamori used all of her last strength. She corrected the dying message that wrote "maid" with a large X next to it. In other words, it was telling us this, not the maid. I would have liked the killer's name instead, but just an X with the throat stabbed, and it was an incredible feat to do. After correcting the dying message, Tamori's life was gone. Bleeding because her heart was beating until then, the amount of blood increased more than that of an ordinary person, and thanks to that, we could prove Tamori was still alive. Of course, that would have been fatal for the killer, yeah. Originally, only looking at the words made put Tyra in doubt. She could have done it, but because the X was left remaining for no reason, the elaborate plan was doomed to fail. Tamori, even though she tried to kill and couldn't be forgiven, she acted. At the end of the day, she was trying to tell us the correct answer with all of her strength. And then the situation goes back to the power room. When the fire was put off and the setup was almost completely staged, suddenly hearing the sound of glass breaking inside the switchium. This was done in the best conditions intended by the killer. Thanks to that, everyone thought someone inside the switchium broke the glass. Everything was the way the killer wanted. The killer, who was on the scene at that time, I would imagine, had a smile of satisfaction. The three of them, except Uehara, who went to watch the entrance to check the sound, went inside the switchium. In there, saw Tamori's body. At that point, the body discovery announcement rang. The others who heard the body discovery announcement arrived one by one. Everyone gathered in the power room. Perhaps Tyra, who was in the position of the third party at the time, was most surprised because Tyra did not know the existence of the criminal. She thought she was the culprit, and yet a fire incident happened that Tyra herself didn't know about. So when we received the Monokuma file and started investigating, the killer started the last act. First, the killer put the third flashlight they used on the floor. The flashlight was also in a state of charcoal because it was caught in the fire. The reason why it's because they threw something that catches our eyes on the floor in order to create a certain situation. The killer installed a sharp wire on the way to the flashlight, and she talked as if she had found a flashlight and voluntarily walked to pick it up. Yes, even though she knows they have a sharp wire installed. Here, the killer deliberately gets caught in a wire trap and cut their own leg. It is also precisely aimed at cutting the back tendon. I didn't even think at the time that the killer was going to cripple their own leg. Although it was the culprit's intention to make us think so. One mistake of the killer here was that the rear tendon was cut despite walking forward. But I didn't even think about it because a person who saw an injured one at the time wouldn't think that. It must have been the culprit's idea, whose purpose was to get out of here. The culprit even gave up one leg of their own and showed a look of being a victim all this time. Thanks to it, we almost got hooked into thinking, would you cut your own leg? While staring at us, the killer would have been laughing inside. In this case, there were three people, including the killer, Tamori, and Tyra. But also most of the suspicions went to Tyra, so the identity of the killer was ambiguous. However, as a result of matching Tyra's honest statements with various situations, we were able to uncover the identity of the killer. The criminal who tried to hide their identity by throwing away their leg. The perpetrator who committed such a terrible thing to Tamori. The identity of the culprit who was smiling with a smile of deceit watching our actions behind the scenes. It's no one else other than you, Hateno Ayame. I'm so glad that I picked a game that doesn't need to talk a lot tomorrow. How about it, Hateno? If you have anything to object to, please do. No, wait a minute. Something's wrong. You're back. Hi, back. I'm Neko. Nice to meet ya. It's not like this. Really? What is not it? It's all decided. Shouldn't we see the end now? No, it's not over. Can't be over.
But even if everything is correct and there's evidence, I can't convince myself. Hateno's the killer who murdered Tamori that way?
Darn it, Hateno. Damn it. It is all over then.
No, no! Please tell him they're wrong. No, no! Happy New Year, Max. Welcome in.
Yay, I don't get any mono coins because I failed, right? Probably not. It's fine.
It's fine.
We did it, though. We did it.
Oh, wow, what? You're done? Oh, what the hell? You guys took so long. I was asleep in the middle of it. No, I never slept. Mr. Monokuma, did you sleep? Oh, no doubt. Okay, well, anyway, you guys seem to have come to your own conclusions, so it's okay to go into voting time soon, right? Now then, you guys, vote with the switch in front of your hands. As I said last time, we do not accept invalid votes, so press carefully. As a result of the voting, who will become the Blacken? An answer will be the correct one or the wrong one. Now, what will happen?
Oh, my throat hurts after that one. Listen, chat, I've been streaming since last year. You gotta give me a little credit. So if you haven't subscribed yet, consider it. We're hitting 1K this month. We're hitting it this month. This month. My 1-year stream anniversary is January 30th. We're doing this. Come on. Be part of it.
That's amazing. You're correct. Tamori Kazuna was terribly killed. Like that, by the ruthless Blacken. Which was Ayame Hateno. That's the answer. That's it. That's all.
The answer. Did we do it? Did we get the culprit? Why is it the correct answer? I'm not happy to guess this. Damn it.
Oh, by the way, the vote wasn't unanimous. Miss Tyra, no matter how much you want it, voting on yourself, you don't want a suicide, okay?
Who would believe what you're saying? I can't admit. I won't admit.
It's a big deal, so be careful next time. Anyway, whatever you say, there's only one truth, but I said it, right? I don't lie when it comes to class trials.
Is this real? Is Hateno really the killer?
Of course she is. I can guarantee this. You guys said the answer you came up with at the end, right? Denying this is nothing more than escape from reality.
Yeah, probably, Alex. Honestly, it's so far in, though. She's not Shelly to kill him.
It's La, right? Ayame.
Only the judge was talking. Everyone couldn't breathe because the result of the trial was so terrible.
Miss Tyra played the role of accomplice, so the case was extremely extreme. But
I'm gonna snooze this ad break.
It was also because the incident happened so late at night.
Thank you. Why? I ask why. Why did such a girl like you kill her?
You watch your mouth, Kobashikawa. This can't be true. How's Ayame a killer?
We want to believe it, but Stop it, Akane. Any more than this, it'll only make it worse. I can't hide it anymore.
What are you talking about, Ayame? Can't hide it. Oh, if you say it like that, makes you look like a culprit, you know?
I'm sorry. What sound, Kirby?
Sorry? Why are you apologizing? Why? Why?
Tamori was killed by me.
What? Yes, but you don't have to make another announcement.
What are you looking for, Max? Because Monokuma already confirmed it.
Why did you... Did she have to kill even going as far as breaking your leg?
That's right. If the answer he came up with is correct, doesn't that mean all we said, all our reasoning was correct?
We were asking to end the trial early so we could heal your leg as soon as possible. If you're the killer, it doesn't make sense.
I don't believe it. I won't believe it. I can't believe this. Yeah, in the end, you were also a murderer. It's surprising, but the word unexpected doesn't apply to criminals. Because even outside these walls, there are piles of criminals who are doing heinous things with dismal faces. Why did you do it? Please answer us. Why did you do that?
That's obvious. Because I want to get out of here.
Huh?
Isn't it obvious? Other than that, there's no reason to commit a murder. To get out of here and seek my freedom, I wanted to return to my usual daily living. That's why everyone has no choice but to sympathize. It was just the choice of murder as means.
Oh my god!
What'd you just say?
You finally got my plan. I thought it was perfect because I could use Akane.
No, Hateno! What? In the end, you were just the same as Higa? This is what nature is, after all. Can judge just by looks. Now I must know the evil face that committed this murder.
Oh, you caught me. This is Hateno's true nature? She just wanted to get out of here? And for that reason, she killed Tamori? Really? That's all? Something just doesn't feel right. As Kinjo said, I shouldn't judge by appearance. This might be what Hateno really looks like. But what is this deep pain in my head? I can't see with my eyes open anymore. Let's just end it.
End it? You mean the execution?
You were that kind of person? Hateno. What the hell did we do this for? Damn it. Who did we trust? I'm gonna... Yeah, alright. One more dismiss on this on the Twitch side here.
Monokuma, get it started! Now wait a second, can we finish things like this? Can we really send Hateno off like this?
But Beta, look at her. You may be right, but whatever you say to her won't work. Execution. Unfortunate for me. It was a waste. Hateno, is that really you? Are you saying you were pretending to be a human being? Yes. This is the real me. I thought you guys were stupid and couldn't figure out my tricks. I guess you weren't so bad after all.
What did you say?
Please stop, Hateno. If I look at this appearance anymore, I'll go crazy.
You really don't have any regrets? Are you satisfied with your actions? Of course. It's my execution. Come on. If you say regret, I couldn't get out of here. That's all I regret.
Lies.
What?
You wanting to get out of here. It's a lie.
You think you know me, don't you? It's not a lie. I did murder because I wanted to get out of here. That's all.
If you wanted to leave this place, you wouldn't have cut your own leg. What do you mean? Hateno did murder. That's correct. But there must have been another reason. You acting like a villain, but your body's trembling, Hateno.
Curses.
Then Hateno, we just saw she was acting? You mean she is acting crazy on purpose? So then, why did she really kill?
Kurokawa, I can't. Hateno. After saying that, her appearance returned to normal. At that moment, I felt the pain disappearing from my mind, and the sense of incongruity just before was gone. My hands are already dirty, and it might sound like an excuse, but please let me tell you. This is how I committed my murder. I was running down the second floor corridor at the time of the incident. As you guessed, I saw Akane running somewhere. She was going in such a hurry. I tried to talk, but then I realized her body was covered in blood. I went into the power room where Akane had come out with no doubt. I found that something had happened inside the switchium. I took the flashlight in a hurry to check the condition inside, and Tamori was dying. And there was a knife stuck in her stomach, as you all said. Then why did you kill her? You could have thought of a way to call the others and let Tamori live. Because that was not the case.
It wasn't the case.
According to the facts that I've seen, when I discovered her, Tamori was almost dead. I knew she wasn't dead because she was breathing hard, but that was it. She was already in the brink of death. That was until she got killed by you. I was worried, anxious, and scared. If Tamori dies, Akane becomes the killer. It was a scary thought. I wanted to throw that thought away.
What?
At the time, I really wanted to think about it. That kind and good-natured Akane. Why would she stab Tamori? I learned that it was an accident, though, before the trial. But at the time, she had no idea. In my head, I just went like this because the only thought about Akane becoming the black end of this case. I just couldn't leave her alone. I couldn't leave my friend alone while knowing everything. Throwing everything away for the sake of survival. Wait a minute. Then the reason Hateno committed murder was...
May. Because of me? To release me from becoming the Blackened?
I just couldn't stay put and watch Akane being executed for pretending I didn't see it. I also wanted to call in Ori to heal Tamori. But if Tamori's breathing goes out while I go get an Ori, then Akane would have been executed without fail due to my mistaken judgment. I couldn't allow that to happen. Then from the very beginning, you were thinking of dying instead of Tyra. And that included the cut on her tendon.
All of that was to protect Tyra?
I really hope this execution happens in the next 5 minutes because I'm snoozing this ad break again. This is the truth. I just couldn't say I didn't know about my friend's crime. A sad tragedy born from friendship. For a while, no one could speak. Inside the courtroom, only Tyra's wailing was the voice ringing in our ears. Was that really the only reason? Yeah. It is commendable to lay down one's life for others. It's not possible without some courage. In that aspect, you deserve to be recognized. But if those were the only intentions to do that, it would not have been necessary to go to trial like this, right? Even if you reveal the facts to everyone except the execution, your intentions do not change. At the time of the trial, your appearance became as if you looked desperate. Hey, Makaru, if you say anything more to Hateno, I won't let it stand. Even if you're a woman. I'm not scared of you, idiot. And shut up! I'm talking with Ayame Hateno right now. No, it's okay. Calm down, Kobashikawa. Sure, Makaru, there was something else.
What else was there?
I didn't tell you this as it would sound like an excuse as I said it the first time. As Makaru pointed out, doing this for Akane may have just been a pretext. I'll tell you everything. It can't be said there was no darkness in my heart. Somewhere in my mind it was like, it's okay because it's for Akane. But there was also the desire to get out from this place. It must have existed in my mind at one point.
It did? Oh, but even with your leg like this.
That was the meaning of apology to you guys if I succeeded in escaping. And even if my leg is paralyzed, everything is already too late.
What are you saying?
Motive. The first motive that we got when Maki was murdered. The outside world. I saw there was a terrible world that couldn't even run properly.
Huh? How is that possible?
So in the end, the initial motive was the driving force here too. Other than me, my co-workers and rivals, they can't even walk anymore. But if that's the case, what's the use of getting out of here with my legs fine?
How did that happen?
Hateno, what happened? I thought that video was just a manipulation. And I thought Hateno was the first to run nonstop and never be fooled.
I know, but I wanted to check if it was real. Until I saw it with my own eyes, I was nervous. And every day it drove me crazy. This wasn't recent. From the time Maki died, I've been running around in my head. I had nightmares every night, and I was always confused when I was with her. All that can be said of me is the fact that someone has gone blank. I wanted to see it, with my own eyes. No one objected to Hateno. The feeling she felt was exactly the same as me, because I still remember my family, and when I was alone, I couldn't stay still because of the anxiety. After all, every breath was about the motive again and again. We were vigilant about that new motive, called it a secret note, but the motive that I was given the first time, no matter how many new motives came out, it didn't disappear. The intense image was clearly stuck in our minds. Alright, there's nothing I can do about this ad break, it seems like, on Twitch, so if the execution comes up, I will try to stall it. That's the best I can do. I understand the feeling, but you were weird. I don't feel a strong will like Mitsuhiro Higa. The desire to go outside. Was it conflict? Conflict. Will you lose us for the chance to leave outside? Would you accept death for your dear friend Tyra? You were in conflict, weren't you, Hateno? It wasn't as big as that, but by the time Maida pointed me as the culprit, I had already given up on escaping. After everything was revealed. But the reason I got ugly and struggled until the end, it was because of Akane. I was relieved to learn that it was only an accident that Akane stabbed Tamori. During the trial, because I knew Akane was the way I knew her. Even though after I was driven as the culprit, Akane tried to deny my crime more severely than me, the culprit, to prevent me from being executed. I am the one that betrayed you all and committed murder. I'm a little happy inside. I wanted Akane not to die. She has the same mind too. More than that, how disappointed Akane would be if I admitted the crime. Not to mention Maida and Kinjo couldn't be beaten. Huh.
Why are you smiling?
Oh, you're angry, Akane. I knew you would be disappointed, but I'm sorry.
Why, you did this because of someone like me? How can you laugh like that?
How can I laugh? Akane asked something very strange. Thanks to me, you're able to survive safely. Is there anything more simple than this?
Tano.
Oh, damn it.
In the end, I'm just an idiot who, after weighing in between dreams and bonds, I've done many things that shouldn't be done. Still, I'm satisfied. I could have saved at least Akane. I feel somewhat relieved. Although my dream ends here. You guys don't make the same mistake like me. Go after the best dreams you believe in. I chose to protect my friend rather than my dream. Now I'll say goodbye to this world. But at least I have no regrets. Don't say goodbye or end it like that. If you make it sound so ominous. It really happens.
It happens even if you don't say that.
Monokuma.
Well, I understand Hatena's situation, but it's taking too long. Look, if this is a game, you have to think about the person who plays it.
I'm gonna give it the 27 seconds that Twitch has on that ad break. But that's fun. That's funny. That fourth wall break, absolutely hilarious. It is, Alex, yes. The fourth wall breaks in this game have been great. That was a peak wall break. It totally was. Shut up, Monokuma!
I don't know what Miss Hatena thought and what circumstances caused the murder. The important thing is the result. In the end, the fact you killed Miss Tamori doesn't change one bit. Murder means the order has been broken, or Black and who's broken it, and appropriate punishment is necessary.
Yes, I am to be punished. You take the sin and pay the penalty for it.
Oh, confident attitude. I don't like that. It's different from Higa. But for Miss Ateno and Miss Tyra, it's whatever. In the end, the cause was that you wanted to go out, right?
Hey.
Why, Hateno a little while ago said it with her own mouth.
She was conflicted because she wanted to go out. Shut up. You were the one who created this whole situation itself. What are you even saying? What am I saying? Are you that stupid? Boo, boo, boo. If you forget the outside world, this wouldn't happen. You just need to live comfortably here, so if you want to get out, you have to go through a murder case. You should know this already. Stop spouting your nonsense and go ahead, disgusting bear. Fine, I won't meddle with you guys anymore. It's also because midnight already passed like 4 almost hours ago. Let's start. The heart-racing punishment time! I prepared a very special punishment for Ayame Hateno, the ultimate sprinter! Who is the black end of this case? Everyone, remember to get along.
No, wait a minute. Please wait. Oh, there are still so many things I haven't told you. Listen, I love you. I'm a little bit lesbian here.
Let's give everything we got. It's punishment time.
Because of me. Because of a fool like me, I stabbed someone by accident. I didn't do any cleanup. I also bothered you. I made the scene. Don't go. I'm gonna die. All I need to do is die. Monokuma, wait. Wait.
The stream avatars break sometimes. I'm sorry. It's punishment time! Akane, I want you to be alive. Live.
Wait. Wait.
Oh boy, here we go. Oh boy. It is the cacti pose. Oh boy. Oh. Yeah, that'll do it. Oh. I was not expecting the noise. Oh boy. Thanks, Pete. It's a fantastic profit!
No! It's too much. Flesh, blood.
Good night, Keaton.
Hateno.
Oh no, I don't think I can hold it anymore.
Hateno was executed. So much cruelty. So mercilessly.
I found myself closing my mouth to endure the vomit that had reached my throat. For her colleagues and for her best friend, Hateno willingly gave up her life. How many people can do that in the world? That was the kind of person she was. Goodbye, Hateno. Goodbye.
Evil, ugly. It's not just a dream. How long do I have to continue this nightmare?
That's up to you guys. It's a nightmare. If you guys forget about the outside world and live in harmony here, you're happy and you don't know what to do.
You mentioned this in the first trial as well. Forget the outside world. You keep emphasizing the words. What is the purpose? What is the reason you want for keeping us inside?
If I tell you that, it's a major spoiler. Might transform into a wave of protest.
Shut up, you bastard. Why do you do this to us? Why? Tell us the reason.
Wouldn't be desperate to kill each other without knowing that.
Let's ask something different. The cost of entering an execution of the school is nothing but ordinary, absolutely impossible. What the hell are you? Where does this organization come from?
There are a lot of things you're curious about, huh? Good. Then would you like a special service? Everything that you see in the school from the beginning, it was all here. I just modified it a tiny bit. I tried so hard to make you guys feel amazing despair, yet you guys ignored my warnings. Truly sad.
You're so noisy. What is despair? Is it so fun to play with a person's life?
Huh? Do you think I'm doing this simply to enjoy it? Well, it's true to some point. I am actually enjoying it. You guys don't know how important all of this is. Oh, boo, 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 boo. No clue at all. You don't know all of my fantastic plans. You could never, ever, ever guess that I'm just working for Junko again. Ever.
What are you talking about?
Nothing you need to know. If you're curious, do your own research and find out. After all, it's written in the school rules, investigation's always free to do.
Hi, Tyler. We're actually getting ready to end. We've been streaming for a long time.
Well, this is it. After enjoying a brilliant execution, I woke up because I'm feeling so worked up. But if I don't sleep, it's dangerous because I might sleep all day tomorrow. Of course, everyone did a great job. Seems to be good despair finale, so at this point, the class trial's over. Good night.
After Monokuma disappeared, only Tyra's sobbing sound came from the trial grounds. I felt like I'd go crazy too. It's an indescribable, evil feeling, a feeling of despair beyond reason. It seemed like my body was being crushed by a tremendous pressure. But I can't give up here. I have to move forward, for the sake of our dead friends. Even though I thought in my head my body wouldn't move nor follow. Can we really get out of here? The second trial is over. 4 people have lost their lives. Who will be next? Is it me? Who won? Who's next? You decide. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Tyra, calm down. Everyone's sad. Good night, Haruka. Have a good one. Have a good one. Bye, bye, bye. It's all 'cause of me. Kazuna died 'cause of me. Ayama died 'cause of me. That's right, isn't it? All because of me. All because of me. All because of me. Reprimanding yourself. I knew all too well that it wasn't because of Tyra,
but I just couldn't tell her anything. It's hard. It's too hard to put yourself up, but taking care of others would be real sainthood. All we can do for Tyra is to let her cry freely without interruption, to be able to complain such difficult feelings with tears. It could have been me instead.
It's ugly and noisy.
What?
Yeah, it's all 'cause of you. I know you well enough. If you feel guilty like that, write a will and commit the thing already.
Hey, what did you say, Kinjo? Say it again.
It's better to get behind a bitch blackened like you.
Blackened?
Kinjo, are you crazy? Why are you suddenly saying all this stuff? Hate this the most. In my true sense, blackened is subtly convicted of innocence. To avoid the law.
Blackened? You mean Tyra?
Is there anyone else who it fits?
Stop, this is bullshit. How many times has it been revealed that stabbing Tyra did to Tamori was an accident? Hey! DNDC, thanks for following. Hi. Is that really what you say to someone who just lost a friend after their death? Hello, hi, welcome in. That is such a cute emoji.
An accident. Of course it was. Kazuna Tamori started it all. However, who made the final blows, no matter the pretext, must be punished. The two were punished and killed, right? Tyra Akane, who was the heart of the case, more than them, is alive and clean from this.
Posture check, you got it, Tyler. Thank you.
Have you forgotten? Even if this woman had killed Tamori in an accident, in the class trial, Akane made a false statement to hide her crimes. What would have happened if we were caught in that lie? Isn't it terrible to imagine? Directly or indirectly, Akane almost put us all at risk.
But she couldn't help it, could she? Tyra knew she was guilty, and she knew she'd be executed if she told the truth.
Then she shouldn't have done it in the first place. No matter how much of an accident it was, you think it makes sense to go and wash the blood, to destroy evidence while you stab Tamori, a girl who's willing to say that they're innocent? Isn't it normal to at least support Tamori, to give her the first aid, or call a Nori, as soon as possible?
Kinjo is the blue Nautilus. They do have a point.
Please think of Tyra. The accident may have happened and a rescue might not have occurred because she was in a state of panic.
No, I'm confident of this. If Akane is really the Blackened, I'm certain for a fact she wouldn't try to trick us with selfish thoughts.
Stop talking. Kinjo, you bastard. I'm not gonna tolerate this anymore.
Oi, calm down, Koboxer. Get your fist down, manly boy.
Guys need to look at things objectively. What she did is wrong in every sense. There's still a lot to talk about, but I don't think it's the right time when everybody is on edge and confused as it is now. It's late tonight. Go back to bed. Talk with y'all tomorrow morning.
He's just the type that believes that sort of shit, Nautilus. Hey, wait, dude. If you want to talk to me, then stop. Hey, you bastard. You gonna leave just like that? Hey. Oy vey.
Why is Kinjo doing this? It's like Kinjo's creating a separation between us.
So what do we do now?
Is Tyra going to recover? Losing a loved one is a very difficult feeling.
That's right. Tyra, are you okay? I'm sorry. 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 I'm sorry.
Kyra is all good now.
Let's all rest for today. I don't feel good after a class trial. It's already late. Near dawn. Go sleep. Let's do as Kurokawa suggests. Honestly, I can't afford to think right now.
We'll listen to Kinjo tomorrow. Today, we're going to sleep.
Okay. I feel like the more we do this, the harder we have to work. Everyone have a good night. Sleep well.
Being in such a situation is unusual in itself, but the current situation was more than the first trial. Kinjo, who should lead everyone, seems to be getting twisted more and more, and our friends start to lose their lives one by one. What can I do at times like these?
Play around with everyone and relax while learning about them.
Follow my own dreams. Right now, I think it's impossible for anything to happen. I have no more power to think anymore. Let's sleep for today. I returned to my room. When I left the courtroom and returned to my dormitory, I greeted some of my friends and tried to chat a little, but everyone seemed to have no energy. That's no wonder. It only passed 3 or 4 hours before returning to my room, but within those hours, we lost very precious things. It feels like it's been years, and then the stiff dorm bed that couldn't be comfortable is now feeling better than anything else. Tired. A desperate situation in which we taste the despair of the death of our friends and do not know whether we'll be able to stand up. To stand up again. What kind of despair awaits us from tomorrow? Now I don't even think there's hope anywhere. Now I've only passed the second class trial. But this is not the end. The despair surrounding us was approaching, evolving us deeper and deeper.
Hey, hello. I don't know if you're uncomfortable. Don't you feel uncomfortable?
Is there another student?
Oh, it would be weird if you were tied up in public like this, but if you're comfortable... No way. If it's comfortable, you're a true maso. But you are not, right?
What the heck did you do to your name, Rosie? You say don't ask, I want. You know what? Whatever. Happy New Year. Hi, and welcome in.
Oh well, I came to bring the meal again today. Your appearance is still there, so... Take good care of your health until then. Oop, boop, boop, boop. By the way, who could have thought you would be led like this? I'm really sorry for being like this and having to lock you up. In fact, it would be so nice if I let everyone stay with you too. Your body's one that cannot age, isn't it?
Huh.
Still hotty, huh? I like it. It'll be alright when your turn comes. By that time, how many people will survive? What? I getcha. It's because that woman you love is still alive. There's nothing to worry about. I'll go there then. Because if I'm not watching, I don't know what those guys will try to pull. So, see you next time.
There's another student. There's at least one more. Oh, beautiful. Fantastic. Yes, save. And yep, that's gonna be it. Alrighty, how did everybody feel about tonight's stream? I just want to point out that I was right. That was depression. It really kind of was, wasn't it? My throat hurts a little bit, to be honest. Best class trial? It was absolutely nuts. I really appreciate the fact that they didn't stop. Like no, it's not over. It's not over till it's over. And the fact that they had given out that motive, and like every other time, yeah, I kind of been like, oh, yep, that last motive, just forgotten. That was one way to start the new year. Yeah, I wasn't expecting the saw trap. No, that was pretty nuts, actually. Let's see here. Who's going? Who's going? It's really late. Maybe there'll be some like bonus people that we don't get to normally raid. Doesn't really look like it though. Stream was good. What a way to start 2025. Yeah, welcome to 2025, everybody. We started it with murder. We've been streaming all year, chat. We've been streaming all year. Be honest, you really like Kazuna. Yeah. Naka did a full... Every minute of 2025 has been spent live on stream for me. Ow. I'm just looking for some raids for us to go on. Actually, you know what? Let me. Whoosh. Alrighty, that's a little better. That's a little comfier. That's a little... is this a thing? There we go. Why were those off? That's so strange. Yeah, I did. I streamed for a long time today. Things are fixing. Let it have a minute. I'm moving stuff around. Let's go. Your New Year's resolution is to finish Project Velveeta. Yeah. Sounds appropriate. I guess we're just gonna go here on YouTube. Looks like fun over there. Do we have enough people on Twitch to merit a raid? No, we really don't. That's fine. I hope everybody enjoyed ringing in the new year with Moida. Always a good time. Was a great grand old time. Just setting this up here. Solution to get their state ID renewed. Driver's license. You enjoyed being here for the 5 minutes you were. I feel that. Thanks for dropping by at least. We are ending the stream at 966. Woo! We'll get there. It's weird being here at 4 in the morning. Yeah, I know. It's okay. In the meantime, what do I want to raid on YouTube? We're gonna go raid Frosty. He's doing a New Year celebration, and that's about all I feel like we need to be going and doing. Something a little more lighthearted after that, that big oof. Anywho, until next time, and Happy New Year. Bye!